PDIs.
Absolutely, because I mean, you're not limited. You know,
No.
you can train for yourself, you can train for others.
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't limit you. Obviously, it depends on what your contract is with your driving school, but that's individual.
I'm sure that could change if it has to.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds an interesting statement. I won't go any further with that. Okay. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Okay. I'll go Michael, then Gary. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Michael. I hail from up north of Scotland in Inverness, and I'm here today just to essentially update my skills like everyone else. I just have a passion. When I started my training in 2019 and eventually qualifying through COVID about a year and a half ago, I just knew that, this is an ongoing process. This is a learning process. And for me to be slightly better than I was several months ago or several weeks ago, I know that within my own sort of capabilities that I need to keep these skills updated. So that's why essentially I'm here today. I'm part of not a franchise, but I'm part of a driving school called Elite Driving School up here. It's not a franchise. I have my own car, and I just pay a nominal fee to the gentleman who owns that driving school, which has a good reputation, and he generates the business from me, and I just give him a nominal fee every month. In fact, through that and through staying with the driving school that I passed my part 3, he's kindly paid for me to be on this course today, so that's an extra bonus. And probably the reason I'm here today is just to keep learning. I always feel that I'm tugging at the apron strings of my peers, and that's what I just want to continue doing, and just keep learning. And just delighted to be here to learn something new and to meet everyone else and just glean what I need to glean, and hopefully impart something from myself as well. So
Okay.
I'm delighted to be here, Graham. Yes.
Okay, brilliant. That's really good. I mean, what I will say, Michael, is that the follow-up sessions is, they are so good with Di and Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
They're not compulsory, but all I'll say to all of you is, look, if you can't get on them first time round, or you have to miss one, we run them all year round. So you can just come in and choose one, and you'll get so much out of them all the time.
Is this the follow-up 14 Zoom sessions you mentioned?
The follow-up sessions. I just thought you'll get, for those who want CPD, Di's been an ADI 30 years. You got a wealth of information. Sarah's God. Yeah, you'll get to find out who Sarah is, but Sarah is God. God stands for General Office Dog's Body. She will help and support all of you through, especially with your admin, that sort of stuff. You go to Sarah, you don't go to me, because I'm just useless. I have other people helping me with admin stuff. But brilliant. Okay, I'm going to go to Gary.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Hi, I'm Gary Thompson. I'm an independent driving instructor. I've been independent for about 6.5 years. Yep, started out with a major driving school. Won't mention the name. Spent a year with them, and then I realized that I could do it myself. So since I've started myself, I've never really looked back. In 6 months' time, I would like to start my transition into training PDIs to become ADIs, and hopefully start a good relationship with Tri Coaching as well, or a partnership per se. Yeah. The main purpose for this course is I would like to develop the skills required to becoming a better driving instructor, and to be able to teach PDIs to becoming ADIs as well. I want to do it competently. Don't just want to dive into it. I want to follow a secure path into it, and I thought that tri coaching is the way. Yeah, because I've been following you, Graham, for quite a few years now.
Oh,
Met you probably once or twice, spoken a couple of times on the phone as well. And but yeah, 2 years time, I would like to take a seat in the office and just probably train ADIs and no more learner training.
okay.
Get the ADIs to train the learners. So that would be my 10th year in the business, because I've been in it for 8 years now. So in 2 years time, 10 years time, well, 10 years in the business, I would like to hopefully stop taking on learner drivers and just concentrate on teaching ADIs solely, and hopefully develop my own driving school. I'm originally from London, but I've spent most of my working years in the West Midlands, Stoke-on-Trent.
Okay, whereabouts
small
in London,
city.
Gary?
I'm from South London, Brixton.
Brixton. Okay. all
Yeah.
right.
So reside in the West Midlands now, and I'm hoping to start up my own driving school in this area. And who knows, maybe world domination one day.
Yeah, well, dominate everyone. Just go for universal domination. Sod the world. Just move on. Yeah.
Universal, why not?
Yeah.
Everywhere
Okay.
needs a good driving school.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a call for it on
Yep.
Mars, apparently. Yeah. Okay, that's brilliant. I suppose what you mentioned there about all of you, really, as soon as you start taking courses with Tri Coaching Partnership, you sort of like, I don't know whether family's the right word, but we're here to support you in whatever you do. Our hashtag is developing ADIs, and I suppose through the courses we've delivered, we've managed to produce some of the best trainers in the country now. And they've gone through that path. You've got to be careful. I warn you, you could become a tri-coaching junkie. Some people have a nickname for me. They call me cocaine, because they can't.
Right.
I don't know why. Other people just call me Marmite. You can make your own
Probably
mind
addictive.
up. Yeah. You either love it or hate it, but we will support you. That's the key thing that you need to remember. But when we say we will support you, you have to come and ask for it. Yeah,
Yes.
we've got too many clients to go to our clients and say, do you need help? We will put a general message out saying, look, if you need help, but you have to come and ask for it. If you ask for it, we will give it to you. Yeah, because
that I will do.
That's what we believe in. We want to make change for the better, and it's what we've done for the last, I suppose, 12 years now. We've made change, and the industry's changed with us, and which is really good. But at times it gets a bit stagnated and starts to go backwards. But that might come up during the course of what we talk about over the next 2 days. Okay, thank you, Gary. Who's next? Z.
Hi, everyone. My name is Z. The reason I'm here mainly is to give myself a bit of structure. I've always wanted to be a trainer, but I never had the structure to kind of go through to make sure I'm delivering the material correctly so that I can train people to the highest standard. In the next 6 months, I think I'd like to have trained at least one person. At the end of the next 2 years, maybe 2 or 3, but I want to then accelerate things a lot further. At the end of the next 5 years, I want to have at least 10 drivers under my franchise. I do have one person under me, but that wasn't really through much effort of my own. Someone just contacted me as PDI. So that kind of thrust me into action. I thought I need to develop my skills here, because if she needs support, then I need to have those skills
Yeah.
present. I don't want to be kind of playing catch up. I don't think I mentioned where I was from. From Burton-on-Trent, which is in Staffordshire, which I think is about an hour or so from Stoke, about 15-20 minutes from Derby. So yeah,
Okay.
that's me.
Okay. How long you been in the job?
It's coming up to, I think it's about 5.5 years now.
Cool. Okay. Good. That word structure is a great word. This course will give you structure, because I'll tell you a brief story about myself. Someone phoned me up and said, will you train me to be a driving instructor? This is many, many moons ago. And I say yes. Yeah, not knowing anything. And I repeated the same crap training that I was given to this guy. Well, I did. I gave him the first one, and I walked away from that, and I thought, oh, God, this was awful. So what I decided then is that if I'm going to train people to become driving instructors, I better go and take some training myself. So I went off to university for 2 years and studied part-time and became a qualified teacher in adult education. And what happened during that process of those 2 years is I grew a driving school to about 10. I didn't want a bloody driving school, but I grew a driving school to about 10 because I believe I was giving things that other people weren't giving, which was just education. I was passing on those teacher training skills that I got to the PDIs, because basically we're teachers, we're trainers, we're educators. And that doesn't get embraced enough in this industry. So I wish that I had this course when I started. It would have made such a difference to me. But I did go on and write my own instructor training course, which gave me structure, because I realised what happens is you turn up and you just go here, there, everywhere, a bit of this, bit of that, and then it's a bit like joining up the dots, but you don't join. No one ever colours it in. So structure. This course will give you structure, and it will give your PDI structure, because we all like that as humans. We like, if you think about us as children, we like routine. We like to understand structure, and that doesn't really change as we grow older. We don't want higgledy-piggledy. We want, I know what I'm doing. So that's a great word you used there, Z. Thank you.
Well, I come from a teaching background myself. I was about 8 or 9 years as a secondary school science teacher.
Okay.
So when I was looking at delivering this particular course, and I was thinking about how I was delivered this course, and I thought, I don't want to miss anything, because I mean, with my experience as a teacher, you have to make sure you're covering everything by a certain point, and if you don't cover one particular aspect, then the student will fall down essentially at the last hurdle. So yeah, so you're absolutely correct. Structure is essential, and that's why one of the main reasons I'm here.
And actually, what you mentioned there is probably one of the reasons most PDIs end up failing, is because they pass their part 1 test and forget it all, and then don't have the foundations when it comes to part 3. They don't have the knowledge and understanding to pass it on, because it becomes test focused. So Z, thank you. It's great. Okay. Who's next? Sue.
I'll go.
Hiya, Sue.
Hiya. Yeah, right.
I'm good.
I'm Sue Yates from Manchester, based in Manchester. I've been a driving instructor for about 14 years now. Started with a driving school. They trained me as well. Stayed with them for about 18 months and then went solo, and I've been ever since. I did the BTEC with you guys. I think it was about 4 years ago now, I think.
Yeah.
Might be just a little bit more. Absolutely changed my life.
Ooh.
Massively. I absolutely loved it. Changed my lessons, changed my whole perspective, really. And then I don't know what's happened since then, but I need to get my mojo back.
Okay, yeah. I think a lot's happened in the world which has affected our mojos.
Yeah, massively so. I did after I did the BTEC with you guys, I did start this course, and then life took over, as it does sometimes, and I need to get back on the horse, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's simple. I mean, you know, anything in life, if you set out to do things, you know, there will be hurdles. We sometimes don't jump every hurdle. Sometimes we fall at a hurdle. The secret is what you've just said, is to get back up and have another go. What happens is adults, we get this beaten out. As kids fall over, get up, go again. Adults fall over and go, oh no, that's too difficult. I'm not doing that anymore. I can't do that. That's what we do. What happened? You know, we act more childish than the child. You know, we find it easy to find reasons to give up. Yeah, because life is challenging as we get older. Actually, life is easy as a child. Yeah. As adults, life becomes challenging. And then that's what, you know, and that's what the BTEC level 4 actually helps you deal with, is actually, you know, it's coaching for driver development. Actually, it's all about life. Yeah. And it's all about self-awareness and life skills, which is essential to doing anything that we do. Okay. So Sue, you want to get back up on your horse?
I do.
Where do you want to be? What do you want out of this course then?
I want to go like in a slightly different direction, like the rest of the guys, really. I mean, I absolutely love teaching learners. The last standards checks that I did was a massive wake-up call, which is another reason why I'm here. So just get back to basics, I suppose.
And so is that ADI and PDI training?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So thank you, Sue. Well, that only leaves me to pick on Jamie, I believe. So Jamie, can I pick on you?
Yeah, of course, good. My name's Jamie. I'm from Aberdeen, South Wales, about 20 minutes away from Cardiff. I've been doing this since January on a pink license, like qualified in August. I'm here because I think on my part 3, I just learned to pass the test. I think it's so much more I could pass on to my learners. When I was doing my part 3 training, my trainer, he was good. Like, he went through like a structured course with me. He sort of taught me, but he didn't teach me how to teach, sort of thing. Yeah. And I think I could have it could be much better in the car. Every lesson could be better, I think. So that's basically why I'm here.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, the thing about you know, for all of us, self-development is ongoing. We have to start somewhere. We can't be the finished product when we first start, even when we first pass. You know, so I suppose I'm going to use this to tell you a little bit about me. I think I've been an ADI 28 years. I lose track, but I've been an ADI 28 years. I left my previous job as a district manager for the William Hill organisation 1 month before my first child was born, which, if anybody else was asking for advice, I'd say, are you stupid? Yeah, but hey, yeah, sometimes. But you know, you've got to jump in with both feet, and you know, it's not a great method, is it? You know, you take 100 kids, you chuck them in the deep end. Some of them will swim. Yeah. You know, so I jumped in the deep end, got lucky, and was able to swim. Passed all my exams first time, but quickly realised I really didn't like the training I was given. I found it inadequate. I found it not structured.
There's no structure. It's well, with me as well. It's not much structure. It's like, it's very client led, but maybe too much client led. I just leave them go. You know, it's like you're there everywhere. There's no, you know.
There is a huge misunderstanding about client-centered learning and coaching within the industry. You know, it's not just about what people want, it's about what people need. Yeah. And it's about negotiation with the client about what they need and not just what they want. You know, client-centered is not, you know, Jamie, what do you want to do today? And you say whatever you want to do. That's not client-centered. Yeah, that's just, that lacks structure. But if I say, look, today's topic is crossroads, for argument's sake, what would you want to achieve out of today? what don't you know, what do you know, then we start to have some structure, because we've all, you know, you can have a topic. You do not have to have what do you want to do today, which is, you know,
I feel a lot of my training has come off YouTube and stuff like that, and you know, developed myself.
okay, yep. And it's great to train yourself, and it's great to get information, but what you need is a bloody great sieve.
Yeah.
Because some of it is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And some of it will just lead you down the garden path. So what I did, because I'd come from a business background, is I wrote a business plan straight away, 10-year business plan about what I wanted. And I decided that I'd do a 2-year apprenticeship. In other words, I would learn my job for 2 years my way. And I got lucky. I passed, back then I passed my first check test with a grade 4, which was like you had an educational. I hated it because I did what my training had given me, and I really disliked it. And I told the examiner that I wasn't happy with this, and he said, "Oh, you should have done this and did this and blah blah." And I go, "Oh, that's what I normally do, you know, as you do." Yeah. And I said, right. I said in my head, right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back and I do what I normally do and see what happens. And I came back 6 months later, got a grade 6, and that lesson I gave 28 years ago to get that grade 6 would get me an A, in my opinion, today on the standards check. Nothing's changed. It was client-centered. It was about, I did an hour's check test training on the use of the offset-eyed mirror. That was it. The only thing I taught. Yeah. Topics covered was roundabouts and changing lanes, but I was teaching the use of the offside mirror. And I got a grade 6. And back then I'd only been in the job 6 months, and I was in the top 5% allegedly of ADIs in the country, because only 5% got a grade 6. And from then on, I got straight 6s, but I got straight 6s because I took a route of CPD. I invested in my driving. I did IAM, ROSPA diploma, Cardington special test. And you as ADI trainers, I would recommend doing the Cardington special test for driving instructors. The reason is that gives you the Part 2 standard. That gives you knowledge and understanding of what that Part 2 standard is. I was lucky enough to pass it with 0 faults. And that's when I discovered things like the 6-point check was a load of old, or the rainbow or whatever else, because I never used it, and I got 0 faults. So it made me think, hang on, what is everyone teaching out there? Where do they get them from? And of course, it was generic stuff that come up, and it wasn't actually, we get misled by the people who trained us. And we think that's what the DVS say. No, the DVSA have never trained us. So I would recommend that. And then I went on to do certain stuff like I went to university twice. I did the teacher training, and then I did coaching as well at university. And I've done loads of CPD. And I decided I'd do 1 piece of CPD a year. I've probably done 2 or 3. And now if I look through my CV, I go, blimey, there's over 50 bits and pieces which are real proper CPD. So what I'm saying to you is, if you want to rise and get better, invest in yourselves, because virtually everything I've done has given me a monetary return. Yeah, because I was able to pass that on to people that I worked with. And that's why I'm here with you today. It's to help pass on some of my knowledge and skills to you. So please feel free to use me as a resource. Right, I'm not going to bore you any longer.
I think you might have forgot about me.
Oh, Sue. Oh, and you're right in the middle of my screen. Why haven't I written anything down about you?
I think because you've got 3 of us.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, and I've written Sue next to.
But there's Sue and Susie, so it's confusing.
Yeah. Oh, my apologies. I'm devastated.
All right, everybody's pretty much said what I was going to say anyway.
Okay, but I want you to say it nonetheless. Sue, tell me about, who are you, Sue? Tell me.
Well, I'm Susan Bender. I'm from Glasgow, but I work in Carlisle.
Okay.
I was trained through your TCIT.
Okay. Yeah. So you're familiar with TCIT to a degree.
Yeah. So I did that and qualified in 2019. And then I kind of worked for 6 months part-time because I still had a full-time job as well. So I was only doing evenings and weekends, and I was working like ridiculous hours because I was trying to do 2 jobs. And then just about 16th of March, I handed my notice in, and a week later we had lockdown. But the company that I was working for didn't really want me to leave, and I said I didn't want to stay, and they said please don't go. So I ended up doing 3 days a week for them, and I'm still doing that 3.5 years later. So I want to go full time.
Okay.
But I've never quite had the guts to just chuck the other job completely. So why I'm here is because I want to be able to train other people to be trainers, and I think that'll help me be better at what I do when I'm training learners. We always talk about structure. I feel that sometimes that's missing from my lessons, and I tend to try and accomplish too much.
Okay. Yeah.
And lose a bit of focus. And realise that people have to learn and they can't immediately move on too quickly.
I just want to pick up on that, Sue. That is such a great point. We often try to teach too much. Yeah. And in fact, it's bite-sized chunks that we all need. Yeah. I mean, this course will be too much. And that's why we've got the follow-up sessions so that you can go back and revisit it. You cannot possibly listen to me for 2 days and remember what I've said. It's not likely, but you're going to take chunks out of this. Yeah. And of course you can come back and revisit it, you know, by those follow-up sessions. Okay. So I suppose I said about myself jumping in with both feet, Sue, earlier, and you want to become a full-time ADI. What do you need to do to jump, to take the next step?
Well, I think I'm hoping that this will help give me more confidence to be able to do that. I've got my own independent business, it's just me, but I'm turning people away like everybody probably is every day, every week. I can't take on enough people. And with only being part-time, if I had at least one other driver, then at least I would have somewhere else to grow the business.
Okay.
And then I could probably step back and actually just do one job and do one job well.
And what job is the one job?
I'd like to be an ADI and also teach people to be. That's the one that gives me the most satisfaction.
Okay. So
that's the goal.
Yeah. And without saying anything, you know what to do, don't you? Just got to be brave enough.
Yeah. And the thing is, although I've been training for nearly coming up 3.5 years, I've never had a standards check yet.
Okay.
It was just before lockdown, and then it never happened. So I'm aware that that's in the back of my mind as well. I've got that to get through.
So what's great about having you here is that you went through the ticket course. Okay. And you've come on the trainer course to deliver, you know, the ticket structure, which is that's really actually that's amazing, really, because I think you're the first person that, as far as I know, that has done the ticket course and then come on to be the trainer. So that'll be interesting. I'll be interested to get your feedback as we go along. Yeah, because as you've been there and done it. Yeah. So and I would say to everybody else, Sue's a great resource. You can ask her about how she found the ticket course. I'm presuming it must have been okay because she's here.
No, it was. I had taken some advice before I even went down that road from a friend who had become an instructor, who said to, you know, basically go on the DVSA site, find somebody with audit. And then I was obviously Googling everything. I didn't want to go with a driving school. I did look down that road. Various big names were wanting to charge me lots of money and tie me into a contract. And I wanted to do this to have freedom, so I didn't really want to do that. And then this person on audit had done the tri-coach, and I put them both together, and it was great. Yeah, I enjoyed it. In fact, I was sorry when it was over because I enjoyed it that much.
Okay, that's really good. That's really good. Who was your trainer, if I can ask?
It was Ian Lavelle.
Okay, I know Ian very well.
Yeah.
So. Ian is one of our trainers. So we have trainers who use Ticket, but Ian is a tri-coaching trainer. He delivers the BTEC level 4 for us as well. So,
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, right. So, dumb question. Have I missed anybody else out? Right, I'm going to sack myself now. So, no worries. We will have hopefully John joining us later. When John joins us, I will give him, not immediately, but an opportunity to tell us why he's here and what he wants as well. Hopefully he will join us sometime before lunch. Okay, right then, let me go back to sharing my screen. Okay, good. Right. Okay, so you should all have, I know someone who hasn't, but you should all have the trainer reference material. In there, there is notes pages. You might want to put your notes in the note pages in your trainer reference material. There's a standards check marking sheet and there's a role play assessment sheet. There's also action plans that you can fill out as you go along. And then there's the trainer's guidance notes. What I will say about the trainer guidance notes, they're not casting tablets in stone, but they give you a framework to work from if you've never taught someone. Remember that you all have great skills that you can offer your trainee. Do not be scared to offer them the skills that you've already got yourself. The DVSA national standards. Our course is built upon the DVSA national standards. And the reason it's built upon the DVSA national standards, because no one comes to you to be a Graham Hooper ADI. They come to you to be a DVSA ADI. And so our course is built around those standards. You'll get a certificate of CPD, which unfortunately you'll have to fill out and sign yourselves. It should be in the book somewhere. And then you've also got a ticket course book, which is the trainer's copy. The one that the ADIs or the PDIs receive have note pages in all the way through. Okay, so just going to stop my share because I like to see you all. Have you got any questions so far?
Nope.
Z.
Graham, are we allowed to record this session?
Only you can record it, but only for personal use. It
Yeah.
cannot go anywhere outside
Because
of this.
that's fine. There is a record button here, but it says I need your permission.
No, you can't. You'll have to record it on your own personal phone or on your own equipment.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because what happens is it will download to my computer.
Right. Okay. I'm with you.
So,
yeah.
So even if I can record the system, but it will only download to my computer.
Yeah.
So if you want to make, if you want to record things, by all means, please do.
Yeah, it's just for my own purposes because I don't really fancy taking loads of notes. Just,
no, that's absolutely fine. Whatever works for you is absolutely fine by me.
All right. Okay. Cheers. Thank you.
All right. So I've got 3 questions. Now, I know that not all of you have done the former part 3. Are you aware of the former part? Hands up who didn't do the former part 3. Remind me. Sue, Michael, Susie, and Jamie. Okay. So hang on a sec.
Did you say who did or who didn't? Sorry.
Who didn't?
Who didn't? Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Because you've been an ADI 6.5 years, so yeah.
Well,
okay.
8 years.
Yeah, okay, so you definitely did. All right, so I'm going to put you into 2 groups, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Sue and Michael in one and Susie and Jamie in the other, so that there's no point putting all 4 of you together and ask you, what did it assess? Was it fit for purpose? Who were the trainers? Yeah, because there is still so much on YouTube, on social media, which is based around the preset tests. So many of your resources that if you go out and buy colour files or presentation sheets, they are all preset test based sheets. They are all focused on what used to be the old-fashioned tests. Okay, so I'm going to stick you in a breakout room, and I want you to discuss, what did the former part 3 assess? Was it fit for purpose? And who were the trainers? So I'll put that up on the screen actually initially, so you know, you can see those questions. Okay, so just make a note of that, take a picture on your phone, because I've got to stop the share to do the next bit. I'm going to put you in breakout rooms. Breakout rooms, assign manually. 2 rooms, create, assign room 1. Okay, so Sue, Michael, Lisa, Z. So okay, so I'm going to give you 12 minutes. Well, a bit random, but I'm going to give you 12 minutes to go through that discussion. Okay. So, any questions before I open all the rooms?
Yeah. So what do Sue and I, if we haven't gone through the part 3 again? Sorry.
Okay. Well, if what you want to think about is to listen to what's been said, because there is a lot of stuff in there that what it did assess is still relevant to us today. And you can, if you think about instructional led training, what did it assess? It was an instructional led training. It wasn't a client centered learning training. Okay, so maybe the question that you can focus on within that is, what's the difference in some respects between instructor led and client led, because that's where we're supposed to have gone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to open all the rooms.
Hello.
Hello.
I think, right. Is it just us guys can hear
I
this
think so,
conversation?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Just the 4
me
of
and
us.
you two, we did the former part 3s and the PST.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what was that like then? Because obviously I did the new one.
It was there were preset tasks. So the test was made up of 2 halves. The first half, basically the examiner plays the role of the student. So the first topic, whatever it is, it's of a student who is sort of close to the beginning of their driving journey. The second half is somebody who's a bit more advanced. So they'll have paired a couple of topics up. So I think mine was, I think it was turning the road, while that was still a maneuver back then, which was required, and it was junctions on the left. So you would have to take into consideration the level that the student is at, and then provide instruction essentially for that particular task. The main issue with it was, I mean, it was good actually for us as people who were trying to pass the test, that the examiner would only make faults which were related to that particular task. So, I mean, as you've experienced yourself, I'm sure learners make mistakes all over the place. And I think this was one of the main differences between the old test and the newer version, is that now it's a much more real environment, and this is where the adaptation of the lesson comes in, where that wasn't really relevant with the old system of doing things. I think you were still the trainer, but it was trainer led. It wasn't client centered.
So the examiner was the pupil.
Yeah.
Basically, and it was unrealistic in the sense that the examiner then would, obviously, to make it a real experience, the examiner would actually intentionally make faults. and it was all based around fault identification, fault analysis. It was very, very structured. And as you'd get with students normally, I mean, if they commit a fault or whatever it may be, if they're struggling in a particular area and you've analysed it, you've spoken about it and things, they may not get it on the first time, but with the examiner, once you've spoken about it, you know, lo and behold,
You can do
Instantly.
it.
Yeah.
Right.
it'd be fixed immediately.
Yeah. And the very obvious faults, you know, like, you know, before you went into the test, would you have an idea of what they might get wrong so that you could pick up on it, or was it just really?
Not really. I mean, you'd have to prepare for all the possible tasks beforehand, and then on the day you'd find out which one it is. We were allowed to take in like a presenter with notes and things on there, which kind of helps you with a bit of structure. But I mean, the faults that they can commit in any given area are quite limited if it's only specific to that particular task. So I mean, if you're half awake, should I say, you should notice what they're doing. So yeah, and the other problem with it was they wanted you to pull in often enough to be able to talk about whatever's happened. I passed on my second attempt, but the first attempt, we were literally going through areas where there was nowhere to pull up, so I couldn't do any analysis. So that's where I fell down. So it was. I don't think it was fit for purpose completely, but I think it did a job. So it got me to where I wanted to be. So incidentally, as soon as I passed my part 3, shortly after they changed it to the new kind of system, and then I did my first standards check, which I've only had one actually, on the new system. So I had to kind of relearn. Yeah, I had to relearn using sort of internet resources and things, and a bit of help from my previous trainer. So yeah, the new system is definitely better. But if even the new system, to be honest with you, it's I think it's slightly unrealistic. In that, you know, you might have a student who's struggling with a particular task, and for you to be hammering that out for the whole hour, is sometimes you got to think, you know, actually let's take a break from this, and we'll come back to this maybe next lesson, or let's do something else, you know, just to get your mind off it, just to give you a bit of a breather, sort of thing. The new part 3 doesn't really cater for that.
No.
So if you don't adapt and continue to adapt, and by you know, you might have a student who's committed a fault in a particular area, then okay, let's have a look at that now, and then they commit another fault, and they think, okay, let's go and have a look at that now, and then before you know it, you've not really covered a great deal. You've just been constantly adapting. So it's important to take the right student, which again is not realistic, because you should really be able to take any student on a test like that. So yeah, that's my experience. What do you reckon, Lisa?
I would agree. Yeah, I think with the PSTs, what I found hard is knowing that they weren't really a learner. There's a massive difference between a driver making a fault and a learner making a fault. Your reaction's different, because you know the one person can't drive and the other one can. So the pretend of the PST, I found hard. A bit like with the training, to be honest. When knowing that my trainer was making faults, I probably wasn't as eager to go on my pedals or intervene as much, knowing that really he wasn't going to put me in any danger. But then as soon as you transfer that into a car with a learner, intervention, that's your best friend. So I found that part of the PSTs quite hard. I would have much rather have done the new form of part 3 than the old. I think it's a lot more realistic. But I mean, I like the fact that you can kind of plan like you would a lesson. It's harder to go into a lesson and like the old PSTs and not know which one you're going to get until you get it, and then it's really quite on the spot and a bit intense. But yeah, in terms of, like Z said, the faults, you know what the faults are going to be for that area, so you kind of know what you're going to get in terms of, you know, if they're doing a particular manoeuvre, for example. Mine was my second half was parallel park, and they were coming up to test standard. So you know what faults could come from that manoeuvre. So it was easier in that sense. Like I said, a learner, they just throw everything at you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have much preferred to have done what is now the standards check for my partner.
And have you done the new version?
No, my standards check was due before COVID,
Oh.
and then lockdown happened.
Yeah, same.
So I've been teaching coming into my 7th year now, and still not had a standards check.
Oh, well, I don't feel so bad then, because I thought I was like, what happened?
No, I was supposed to, but I know some of the triggers with what they've got going on at the moment in the backlog, the triggers that they've got in place, the fact that I haven't had any notification of one come through yet, I'm taking that as a good sign.
Yeah. Okay. So was it always that it was always the examiner that did it? You never took a pupil in with you before, whereas now you do.
Yeah. They'd, like you said, the first half, it was 28 minutes of them pretending to be, a beginner, or kind of up to prompted. And then the second half was, then halfway through, they quickly switch on you and tell you your next subject that you're going to cover. And then you have to fit in a brief, like your lesson plan, and then go into the lesson. So you have to condense everything down quite quickly.
Yeah, it's quite a quick time, isn't it?
Yeah, and then they'll go and do like I said, mine was test standard parallel park. So it was really like avoiding the involvement, trying to see what he can do and things like that. So yeah, it was just it's not realistic. It wasn't at all. I struggled with the PSTs.
I felt there was a lot of pressure as well, because it just didn't feel natural.
Yeah,
not at all.
Even with the new one, I still found it a bit unnatural, because I felt
it's a bit staged, isn't it?
I felt almost as if I was like, I don't know, acting somehow.
Yeah.
Like not as relaxed as you normally are with a student.
My advice is that I mean, the new system is a bit unrealistic in some ways, but to be honest with you, a lot of it is quite good. I mean, I always start my lesson, as what's the name of the guy who's running the course? I can't remember his name. Graham. I always start with, I do actually say, is there anything that you'd like that you think you'd like to have a look at? I always make notes, so I always know we've already had this conversation, so we kind of touch on the areas and things that we've already spoken about. But the things like, asking them, about, okay, what do you understand of this particular topic, and then you fill in any gaps. So you're giving them what they need. And then you're asking them, okay, what level of support would you like from me? And that sort of thing. At the end, you're getting into good habits, right? Any questions, so it's giving them an opportunity to ask questions, but also you're fulfilling a requirement on the actual test itself. Right? Any questions? And then, when you're going through the actual test, you're looking ahead and you're planning ahead, and you take into consideration the student's standard. If you can see that they're not seeing something, or you think that there might be something happening ahead that they may not be aware of, okay, right, what's happening ahead, or what have you noticed that's happening ahead? One of the common ones is when the traffic lights have been green for ages, and then they're speeding in, and like, okay, what have you noticed about those lights? Oh yeah, they've been green for a while. So you're constantly doing a lot of question and answer throughout the whole time. I would say continue with that, but it's like I say, I do vary my lessons sometimes. Some students, they don't respond to question and answer, not very well. Sometimes you just got to tell them what to do. This is the reality. This is the reality
Depends
of it.
on the person.
Yeah, you can't. And again, that, I mean, I suppose that is client centered in a way, because you're giving them what they need. But sometimes, you're short on time, or whatever, and you haven't got time to go through. You haven't got time to go through every kind of little nook and cranny and this sort of stuff. But the fault assessment as well, right? What happened there?
Oops, I'm chatting away.
That's okay. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. How did that go?
All right.
All right. It went
Yeah.
all right. Okay.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what you discussed? A volunteer.
It just seems quite staged,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think, previously.
Yeah. Okay.
But in some ways, more like they were saying, like more like a test that you could had a format that you would follow, and maybe not saying easier or more difficult, just different. In fact, it was more staged.
Yeah, it was very staged. It was a all around role play.
Role play, yeah.
Yeah, in some respects. What else? What did it assess in that role play?
Faults.
Faults.
Fault focused.
It says faults. It was fault focused.
Yeah.
And how did they assess the faults? What did they look at? Can you remember?
Trying to remember.
I think firstly, it's your ability to spot the fault, and then find an opportunity where you can pull in, because that's something which my instructor pushed me to do as often as I could. Pull in, okay, and then go through the process of the fault analysis. Right, what will happen there? What went wrong? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I was trained to try and ask one question first, and then if they couldn't answer it, to then pull over.
Oh, okay.
Because some can answer on the move and some can't. Like you said earlier, some of them just...
No.
Okay, it's interesting from both of you, because neither of you are wrong. But it was in two stages, wasn't it? If you remember, It was phase 1 and phase 2. And I suppose phase 1 really couldn't deal with questions on the move, and phase 2 could deal with questions on the move. So it was about the level. For those who did it, what experiences did you have with the training and the test? Was it good or bad?
Role play. Hate role play.
Hate role play. I love role play.
No.
Yeah, no, I will go on to explain why people hate role play, because the trainers delivered test-focused role play.
Yeah.
They gave in their training, the trainers delivered examiner role play.
Yeah.
Examiner role play was rubbish for training. Examiner role play was great for tests. The examiner gave you exactly what you needed. Yeah.
See, that makes sense, because when I went into lessons after, I felt like I didn't know how to deal with a pupil, how to do a lesson. So that makes sense now.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I suppose, so when it says, I suppose the next question was it fit for purpose? Those who've experienced it, did you find it fit for purpose?
I personally didn't know.
Okay. Okay. And can you remember who were the trainers? Where did the trainers come from?
For my part 3 training?
Yeah.
Mine was Red. I did mine through Red. Now my trainer was fab, but looking back now, having experience of being an instructor, I definitely think he prepared me for a test, and then when I went into lessons, I felt a bit blindsided.
Okay, and I think
I've had about
go on, Gary.
I've had about 4 different trainers, because of personal circumstances. I had to change cities and ended up changing trainers, and only one of them was able to give me the help that I needed to become the instructor that I am today. Even today, I still reflect on the way he taught me and use it in my lessons as well. But the other 3, they were terrible. I looked at them like gods of the industry, but they were terrible instructors. I think they were just, put there to fill a gap rather than to help anyone. They were just there to, save face, collect your money, and just gave you some hours, to be honest. Some of them were horrible.
And they're still delivering training today. Yeah. And this is what happens.
My instructor, I don't want to mention his name because I think he's a legend, right? He deserved to be mentioned. His name was Barry Treadway.
I've heard of
He's
Barry,
retired. Yeah. He retired sometime last year, because I even contacted him before I came to try coaching to see if I could get some training from him. And he said that, he's close into retirement now, so he wouldn't be able to help. And then I thought I would, stick with try coaching, and because Barry is just a legend, honestly.
Okay,
I don't think he reflected the organization that he worked for. I think it was just him as a person that made him a brilliant instructor, rather than the company he was working for. So I was lucky.
It's a great point. I mean, when people ask me about, and I don't like to slag off other training schools, but it's not actually the training school, it's the trainers. All trainers are good, bad, or indifferent. Yeah, and it's not necessarily the school you go to, but what happens with large organizations is people don't get retrained and trained, so they slip through the net. And then, being the fact that we're all individuals and we're all actually work for ourselves, we end up doing it our way and teaching people our way. So what happens then is, Gary, you're lucky. You get someone like Barry who teaches his way, who's absolutely brilliant. And then you'd have the other three who teach their way, and they're either indifferent or rubbish. And so not many people actually, not many trainers actually invested in themselves to learn about training. Because if you're going to be a trainer, this is my belief, you've got to have some sort of understanding of how people learn and develop. And traditionally, this is the relationship. You're the trainee, I'm the trainer. Yeah. And I'm going to pour everything into you, and you do as you're bloody told, right? And then what happened was, and this is the knock-on effect, and you see this in social media now, my learner doesn't do what I tell him. My learner's not doing what he's told. Same relationship. Because we've gone with that. And that's a real problem for us as an industry, is that client-centered is about a coaching relationship and trying to get us all equal. The relationship is equal. The expertise can be different. So, I would like to think you're here for my expertise. So, yeah, that can be better than yours, of course. But our relationships, we all woke up with the same chance this morning. We're all humans. There's no different. We're all equal, and saying that we're no different, we are all different, and that's the problem. Everyone is different, and the PSTs gave a one-size-fits-all strategy. And the training, if the training was delivered correctly, I'm going to share my screen actually, because I can show you the forms that we used to use for those who didn't see it. And this is important stuff, really, because lots of this stuff is still out there today, and it's nothing wrong with it. What happened was, it was the relationship that was wrong, and it was test focused, and people produced, their training was based on role play from the examiner, which was a test focused role play, and not role play on help to develop people. The fundamental principle was the core competencies, and the trainers, because the mark come from the core competencies, which is what you mentioned, of fault ID, fault analysis, and remedial action. That's still there today. The problem is that was where the focus was.
Yeah.
The training, and this is the way that I've been teaching people to be ADIs for many, many years, over 2 decades now, is the training I delivered was about levels of instruction, was about planning, was about control a lesson. Control a lesson. When the examiner used to stick his arm out the window, maybe on pedestrian crossings, and drive off, waving his arm out the window. Yeah. And PDI should go, oh, my examiner was such a pillock. And I go, your examiner was being really helpful. He was saying, control my lesson. Yeah. This is an opportunity for you to get a 6. Control the lesson now. Don't let me drive off like I'm a pillock. Yeah. What happened was trainers replicated that, but didn't understand that actually it was an examination technique for an opportunity for you as the PDI to demonstrate that you control the lesson and be assertive.
A lifeline.
It was a lifeline. Yeah. And your examiner stepped up the role play. So at first he was quite nice. And then because you were doing rubbish, he got worse. And because you were still doing rubbish, he then got really, really bad. And you go, well, my examiner was stupid. He braked and nearly dislocated my head from my shoulders. No, he was throwing your lifelines. What was happening is most PDIs were sitting there impersonating a goldfish. Yeah, because it was too overwhelming. They just had no, what happened is we put people in this relationship, and the examiners, we developed white coat syndrome, I call it, where, if I put a white coat on, stick a stethoscope round my neck and get a clipboard, I can take your appendix out. You don't need to know whether I'm trained or not because I look the part. And we go, yes, of course you can take my appendix out, Graham. And that's what we do with examiners. Go, oh, examiner, you must know everything. No, they're just there as assessors. So where the focus should have been is on communication, Q&A techniques, feedback and encouragement, the use of dual controls, and not just dual controls, the use of controls, how to take control, and of course the attitude and approach to pupils. That's where the training should have focused. And if the training focused on those instructional techniques, then actually the core competencies come out of them. But what happened is the training focused on the core competencies, and then the people didn't have the instructional techniques. So they really struggled with their exams. And that's still there today. There's nothing wrong with those instructional techniques. The only difference was really, in fact, the relationship was different. This was based on behavior. So when I talk about behavior, I'm just going to stop the screen so I can see you all. When I talk about behavior, has anyone heard of Pavlov's dogs? The school teacher might have heard of Pavlov's dogs. Yeah, Michael. Okay. So I'm going to give a real rough explanation of Pavlov's dogs and how this relates to driver training in a really loose way. Okay. So I'm going to give you my version of Pavlov's dogs. Okay. So this guy who was an educationalist with Pavlov, and I suppose a psychotherapist or whatever he was. He had, and I always think he had 6 dogs, and I always think they were Doberman. I don't know why. That's in my head. So what happens was he used to feed his dogs, okay, and every time he fed the dogs, he rang a bell, and so the dogs started to associate food with the bell, because all dogs know bells mean food, don't they? So what happened was, one day, no dog bowl. He rang the bell. The dogs come running and start salivating because now the dogs associated the bell with food. So if I put that principle into driver training, what happens is we go, right, when you go on the driving test, when the examiner speaks, check your mirrors. Hello, John, how are you? I'm fine, Mr. Examiner. Oh, what do you normally do? Oh, I usually go to school, Mr. Examiner. Yeah. And so what we do is we condition people, operant conditioning. We condition people to respond in a certain way when something happened. If we take that to the PSTs, your trainer conditioned you to respond in a certain way when the examiner made a mistake. And it was called operant conditioning. It comes from a guy called Skinner. who was a behaviourist, and was based on loosely based on animal training, because that's how we train animals. And it was based on that reward. You know, if you do things well, I'll give you well done. And if you didn't do things well, yeah. And that's what the training was based on. And if you think about it, lots of your trainers probably delivered that and didn't even realise they were delivering that.
Yeah, and then when I was in my exam, my examiner told me to relax a little bit and stop being so.
Because you were conditioned, Lisa.
Yeah.
And we didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the trainers didn't even know that. Yeah. And so we had a whole thing of like conditioning people to teach in a certain way, which is overspilled because you passed your tests. So it must work then. Yeah. And then that overspilled into the learner driver market. And of course, your learners pass your tests. Well, learners will teach themselves if you give enough practice. You know, if you go for enough general drives, they will work it out for themselves. If you then condition them to respond to certain things, then they will know what to do. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they can drive. And that's the problem. They're just, so when they go, and you know, we know this. Look, I'm being very generalistic. I'm not talking about us as a whole. But when you go to a test centre and there's nothing but learner driver cars within a mile of that driving test centre. I know that when they moved the driving test centre from Winchmore Hill, which was full of learner driver cars, to the other side of Enfield, which was to Waltham Cross, there was then no learner driver cars in Winchmore Hill. Wow. And we say we're not test focused. And so there was great training areas in Winchmore Hill, but there isn't great training areas in Waltham Cross, but we still went there because we then were conditioning our clients to pass a test and not to learn how to work things out for themselves. And that's what happened with the PST. The standards check was supposed to solve that all for us. I'm not sure it has yet, but it's making inroads. Have you got any questions? Because I know I've overrun by 10 minutes. Right, you've all been wonderful. So I know Lisa's already got a cup of tea or coffee, but you've all got, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to be really nice to you. You're going to get 11 minutes. Yeah. So you got a break from me from 11 minutes. Go and enjoy yourself. Have a party, get a biscuit. I'll see you in 11 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. Any thoughts or questions? Okay. Two to go. Okay, I'm going to stop share. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I had a successful pass. So
Okay,
sorry
I
for
was
my
going to
delay.
ask, yeah, because I found I'd forgotten that you had a test this morning. Sue reminded me. Yeah. So good. Part 2, was it?
It was indeed.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so everyone else has gone through this. I'm one person. Who am I missing? Just at a second. Let me just have a look at my team. Oh, Sue's still off camera. That's okay. Okay, so John, everybody else has gone through this interrogation that you need to do to be able to be on the course. Yeah. So I have some questions. No, seriously, I just have some questions so you can introduce yourself.
Go.
Okay. So the first question, really, not too difficult. Who are you?
Who am I? Well, that's a good question. I'm John Lendrum. I'm the owner of Lendrum's Driving School.
Okay. How long have you been an ADI?
I've been an ADI for 15 years and an audit registered instructor for 8 years.
Okay. Cool. Where are you based, John?
I live in Southampton.
Okay, because I did a lot of training in the summer in Southampton, and I see your schools about.
Yeah.
How many drivers have you got?
63.
63.
Yeah, that covers Hampshire, Devon, and Cornwall as well. So it's not
Okay.
just Southampton.
Okay, because there's a few people here have gone for global domination and then gone for universal domination. So okay, so you're on the pathway to doing that. So I suppose, bearing in mind you've got 63 people out there, you're obviously doing training yourself.
Yep.
Why are you here?
I've got my audit refresh or re-registration in July. I came on your course before when I had my last one 3 years ago in 2019, I think it was.
Yeah.
So I just think it's good to refresh, get new ideas, because there's more than one way to do something. And I've been doing this a while, and I do it my way and the way some others do. So I'm just looking for new ideas, really, to make my training easier.
Okay. Okay. So it's interesting because what you said there is you do things your way. And that's really what trainers all over the country do.
Mm.
Yeah, is to do it their way. And I suppose it's the way that I used to do things, was to do it my way. And I just got lucky that it fitted with the DVSA, what they were looking for.
Exactly.
And I was very successful with that. But then it realised that actually maybe there was some things in my way that were probably actually what you should be doing, if you know what I mean. And it made me sort of start to investigate what my strengths and my weaknesses were, and what I needed to do and to change, shall we say? Yeah, totally. And that need for, I suppose, continued professional development, because we don't know what we don't know.
Exactly, and it's not one size doesn't fit all. And I think the more tools you've got in your armory, the easier it is, because it's it just gives you different ways of doing things. And I just I want to make my life as easy as possible, to make the trainees' lives as easy as possible, if you like, moving forwards.
Okay. No problem. Okay, so in some respects you've already said, but I just want you to clarify. What do you want to get out of the course?
New ideas, definitely new ideas, and yeah, different initiatives to be able to take away and to implement. And I know that will come with the 12 2-hour lesson and coaching sessions later. But just to just to refresh my mind, that's definitely what I want.
Okay. So when you did the course before, did we have the follow-up sessions then?
No, it was you and Susan in the classroom. I think
it was me and Sue in the classroom. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yes, because I haven't done classroom based. Well, we do a little bit, but it's rare. We only do classroom based training now with our trainers.
Right.
And so, yeah, which I've got that coming up at the end of. Thanks for reminding me at the end of January. I actually go to meet real people and not just talk to my.
I know. Touchy feely in a classroom. My gosh.
Yeah, I know. There'll be about 30 plus of us all in the same room. Wow.
Exactly. That'd be a first for a while.
Yeah, so that's good. I mean, I still teach PDIs. I only do 2 a year, but they pay for my holidays.
Oh, there you go. That's the way forward.
Yeah.
Me too.
So that's really good. So yeah, you'll find the follow-up session is really, really useful because they are based on what you want, your needs,
right, with you,
your questions, and so it's and you've got your trainers for that is Di, who's had 30 years experience of teaching ADIs, and Sarah, who I've already mentioned is God, and God stands for General Office Dog's Body. That means that she absolutely knows everything about everything. So it's very, very useful. Okay, John, well, welcome.
Thank you.
I'll just give you, actually, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to summarize actually what we've been through this morning. Okay, part of it. So I'm going to share my screen and that will bring you up to date. Okay, so in summary, we've looked at the difference between training and testing a little bit. And what I wanted to say is that training and testing are 2 separate things. We made the mistake of training for a test, and we still make that mistake of training for a test, whether that's an L test or part 2 or part 3 or the standards check or even audit. And what happens is this limits the range and depth of knowledge that you, the client, has access to, or your clients have access to, because if we only ever focus on a test, we forget to teach people to be. And when I say to be a driver, to be a driving instructor. And if we only focus on the test, we actually miss out so much. So client-centered learning means we facilitate the learning of the client according to their individual context. We establish their needs and adapt our teaching to suit, because that word individual is really important, and also in their context, what they understand is really important. And the test is just a test. What we forget, and I think this is what we forget as ADIs, is that the test is actually a real low level test. It's real low. And what happens is we make the test high and we force all our training up to test level, rather than we make our training high and we give people training and then they fall down to test level. We continually, especially in the environment that's been created where people can't get a test, then we're trying to squeeze them up to test standard rather than teach them to be above standard and then come down. And that principle applies to PDIs as well. If you teach them to be a driving instructor, they will pass all their tests. If you teach them just to pass a test, they might pass all their tests. And let's face it, the PDI pass rate for part 3 has never got above 40% as far as I remember. And it's still somewhere in the mid-30s. And saying that, the L test has never risen above 50%. you know, you have a 50-50 chance of passing. Now, I know some ADIs have got absolutely fantastic pass rates. So there must be some who have really dreadful pass rates for that to balance out and leave somewhere in the middle. And I think that's because the training initially to become a driving instructor has never really been good enough, because people aren't willing to make the sacrifice or pay to have the training necessary to become really good, or worse, to continue that professional development once they pass. I've passed, that's it. I worked really hard at becoming a driving instructor. I don't need any more training. And we look on, if we go out on social media, you'll see that. Well, I worked really hard to get my training. I don't need any more training. Why would I want to invest in myself? Whereas obviously that you guys are different because you're here and you're investing in yourself. So we need to prepare clients to use their newfound skills for life and only give them test techniques as and when necessary. We need to encourage them to work things out for themselves, including how to take the test. When you think about that, it's really logical. If people can work things out for themselves, when they become upon a situation in a test environment, they then have the ability to work something out for themselves. And we miss that. If we go back to that training which was conditioned, we never gave them the opportunity to think for themselves just what to do. So in summary, the difference between training and testing: the Part 3 test standards check audit assesses 3 things, and this is fundamental, and this has never ever changed. These 3 things you want to hang on to if you don't know them already. In the test, is learning taking place? Is someone learning something? Is value for money being given? Or would they just be as well off driving around with their mum and dad or their friend? And is the car kept safe? Are you managing the risk? Training needs to focus on developing these 3 criteria. Whatever training you're given within our industry, this is fundamental. Learning takes place, value for money is given, because that's why we've got an ADI badge, because we give value for money, because anyone can teach anyone to drive. Been driving for 3 years over the age of 21, nothing stopping you teaching someone to drive. And fundamentally, is the car kept safe? And the DVSA is probably most worried about the bottom one when they're testing. I suppose because the examiner's sitting in the vehicle. Self-Preservation Society springs to mind. So before I go on, does anyone have any questions? Okay. Because when we get to lunchtime, before you go to lunch, I will ask this question. What was your #1 takeout from this morning? John's got it easy because he's only got to remember the next section, yeah? But I will be asking, what did you take away? Was there anything that you thought was of value to you in this first and second session? So just be warned, I will ask that question. Okay. So we're going to look now at the difference between fault-focused and goal-focused. So in breakout rooms, yeah, I want you to discuss the difference between a fault-focused approach to training and a goal-focused approach to training. So how kind can I be? I'm going to give you, what's it, 11:49? Yeah, I'm going to give you 15 minutes to discuss this. Because in some respects, that's what we talked about with the PSTs and client-centered learning. So what's the difference between a fault-focused approach and a goal-focused approach. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in 3 rooms, because now John's here. 3 3s are 9. And what you need to do is volunteer one person to be your spokesperson when you come back. Okay, so breakout rooms. So recreate. Sign automatically. Options. 15 minutes. Any questions before I open your room?
No.
You discover who you're with when you get there. It's a nice surprise.
Hello.
Hello.
Michael.
Right then.
We're over 2 seconds.
Oh, we got.
The dog in the way.
Hey.
Oh, books. Okay.
So.
So the difference between fault and goal focused.
Yeah.
Either one of you two can make a start if you like.
Well,
I don't want to be the spokesperson, by the way. I just want to say that.
I was just about to nominate you.
No.
I don't mind whether it's. You have to do it at some point. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. So.
Well, goals working towards something. You know,
Yeah.
you've got like.
Yeah.
You know, whatever that might be.
Yeah.
As
so
in, you're going to be able to turn left by the end of the lesson, hopefully.
Yeah.
Maybe independently, maybe with a little bit less help, or whatever the goal might be that you set.
Yeah.
Rather than just
Yeah.
saying what you're doing wrong, because that's quite disheartening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
if you're constantly telling people what's wrong.
I think you look at the whole journey, don't you? When you're looking at the goals, you're looking at what actually you did quite well.
Yeah.
How close are we to achieving the goal?
Yeah.
I think there has to be an element of fault analysis within that, obviously, because if a student commits a fault, you have to assess the fault in light of being able to work towards the goal.
Yeah.
But the goal is a whole journey, isn't it? Rather than just that specific fault. It doesn't. Fixing a fault doesn't tell you how close you are to arriving at your destination.
You need to know where you are when you start as well.
Yeah.
So you're just talking about faults. You're only looking at fixing little things as you go. You might not be fixing them. You might just be pointing them out, not actually achieve anything.
Yeah, pointing them out and not actually doing anything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, why has the fault happened a little bit? You know, where does it come from?
Yeah. Yep.
And actually, is it affecting the ultimate goal or not? It might be something totally different, like you say. You might be talking about roundabouts, and the fault might be something completely different related.
Yeah.
You realise that they're not.
I think also it's having a look at how that fault affects your ability or the student's ability to arrive at the goal, isn't it? So, for instance, if they're arriving too quickly on approach to a roundabout, for example, you can talk about, right, okay, we need to arrive a little bit slower or whatever through discussion. But then you can also talk about how that's going to affect their ability then to make a judgment at the roundabout, for example, if that was the focus, or if that's the goal, being able to make a judgment. So I think a goal is more the whole journey, whereas fault is more kind of focused in.
Yeah, because sometimes it's not about even fixing. It's like something like just slowing down a little bit sooner actually makes 10 things better, not just that one fault.
Yeah. Discussing the,
it's finding the root cause of it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Finding out what they're thinking is, what because I actually did this on my part 3. I did the spiral roundabouts, the one that I passed. Girl had failed a test like 5 times on it. And I just took it back to basics, well, what is it about the roundabout that you don't like? Oh, I don't like the fact that, everything happens like, really quickly, right? Well, if we take that back a stage, then if we start preparing a lot earlier, not a lot earlier, but earlier and, you know, assessing quicker, then you've got more time once you get there, or once by the time you've arrived at the roundabout, then you've done a lot of the prep work yourself. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, the whole goal focused is definitely the whole point, the whole journey, but fault focused is, you know, what have you done wrong, and do you really do you know how to fix it, sort of thing.
There we go.
Because they can be quite fault focused themselves, I find. You can have a fabulous lesson and they've stalled the car once, they only remember they stalled the car.
Yeah, they only remember the bad things, don't remember all the good things that they've done. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So I think if you go bring it back to the goal, then hopefully the student feels more positive that they have actually achieved something.
Yeah.
Because it might be okay, there was 2 or 3 things within that we need to work on maybe next lesson, but the thing that we tried to do today, we got a little bit closer to it.
Yeah. We have achieved something today. That's the way to look at it.
Yeah, and they can't measure that if you don't sort of go like what their goal actually is.
Yeah.
Would that be?
I don't know if this is what they're looking for.
Because people are always finding fault with you, it's quite disheartening.
Oh yeah, there's nothing worse, you know. Yeah, okay, that went wrong. We'll discuss it, you know. If it's not anything major, obviously. You know, like, pulling out in front of somebody at a roundabout or something. But yeah, I think it's just, I don't know what he's actually looking for from us here. What is it? Just the difference between the two? Is that what he's basically?
Yeah, well, if you just gave a lesson and you purely focus on faults, what would you get out of it compared to if you actually set a goal to start with? Do you think?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, you know, if all you're doing is nitpicking at the pupil, they're going to go home going, "Oh, that was awful," rather than, "Yeah, okay, there was faults, but what we're going to do to correct them. This is, you know, we've still achieved part of the goal that we wanted to, but yes, okay, there was a little bit of fault, but, you know, we'll work on that later," sort of thing. Yeah.
Unless he's looking for the smart thing, like it's achievable and realistic.
No, I think it's just the approach that they're mentioning, because I think goal focus is more of a holistic approach, isn't it? It's looking at the start, where you're starting and how you're progressing through, and where you're ending up.
Yeah, start to finish.
Whereas fault analysis or fault focus is just it's too specific. And it's only focused on that one isolated situation. Where there's not really the appreciation for how that might impact the bigger picture.
But if they say, for instance, they forget to check left before they exit the roundabout, if all you're saying is you need to check left, then they might think, well, I only need to check left when I'm exiting the roundabout at this junction. They're really specific. And I realise that actually checking left at any time is quite a good thing before you turn left. That's the problem. It's not just that specific area. You know, it's
I mean, I made that same mistake. Before the course started today, I had a lesson, and I was trying to encourage a student to get into first gear, either as she stopped or as she's stopping. But then when she pulled up on the left-hand side, then she was doing the same thing. She was getting into first gear, sort of thing. And and then when I take the conversation back, the reason she was struggling to get a position correct at the actual junction, and I said, look, just get yourself stopped first and then go into first gear. And because I'd said that to her, now she was looking to do that everywhere, even when she didn't need to worry too much about position. For instance, when she come up to the lights, and I just thought to myself, you know, I could have perhaps explained that better. You know, I thought I did, to be honest with you, but I think she was she was a little bit anxious because it was the first time on the busier roads. But yeah, that I suppose is an example of being more fault focused rather than goal focused. So I mean,
because the goal is to stop at the giveaway line. Whatever gear you stop in, well, you can stop in any gear, can't you? It's what you're going to do next. It's about what you're going to do next and being prepared.
And the same student, she was also then getting herself into first gear when she was pulling up on the left hand side. So
Right.
she hadn't, or maybe I hadn't gone over it with enough detail to say, well, what I did speak to her about it afterwards. I was like, well, think about why you would need to go into first gear at a T junction or a set of traffic lights, but why you wouldn't need to do it when you're pulling in on the left hand side.
Yeah.
So is
Yeah.
you learn something new every day in this job.
Yeah, it's surprising. I've got one girl who very much thinks she can't do hill starts,
Mhm.
but if I pull her up on the side of the road and don't mention it's a hill and say drive on, she does it perfectly.
Yeah.
But if I say, right, we're going to do a hill start, she rolls
Yeah.
back.
Just panics. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the
It's ours.
association.
Funny. It is
Yeah.
funny, isn't it? Yeah.
You
I
shall
know.
do this lovely thing, steep hill, straight from the
Yeah.
clutch onto the gas and away.
Yep. But if
But
you'd
if I
say we're going to
pull her
do
up
a
and say,
hill
right, we're going
start,
to hill
then
start.
yeah, yeah.
She doesn't
I'm
even
quite
know
lucky
she's
that
going
way.
to
I
do
teach automatic.
it. Yeah, okay.
That's cheating, that is.
I know. I know.
The
No,
old-fashioned
I
hand
used to
drill.
be manual, but the business needed an automatic instructor. So
Yeah.
Do you find
That's
that
what
a lot of the people who opt for automatic are people who would struggle with manual, or are they just people
yes.
who?
most of the pupils I've had, I've tried manual and just couldn't get it. Couldn't do the clutch. Didn't give themselves enough time probably, or just decided that it just wasn't for them at all. They just didn't want to have the, because unfortunately being an automatic instructor, you get a lot of older people. So it's all about confidence as well. You know, I mean, young kids, you know, yeah, give me a manual. But the older people tend to, you know, just anything that will get me driving, sort of thing.
Get over the
It's a
line,
lot
yeah.
easier. You know, it's a lot easier. I mean, obviously, you've still got to teach them to drive, but there's a lot of the elements that are.
The crunching gears, that must be nice.
Sorry?
Crunching
Oh
gears,
God,
going from,
I know.
you're trying to go from 5 to 1.
Aye, oh my God, that's the worst thing ever. Yeah, so things like that, yeah, it does make it easier, but I wouldn't say it's easier to teach automatic because you get different people.
Yeah.
You know, people with, you know, health problems,
Yeah.
people with mental health
Right.
problems. So you're more like I think you're more like a counsellor, really.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's good.
Interesting.
I've done both, and I miss manual. I have to admit, I do miss manual because it's more challenging.
Yeah. You know, I think because we've got a bit of extra time left over, I think we've discussed whatever we need to discuss. You know, when you're preparing students for test, or when they're getting towards test readiness, do you do many mock tests, or
Yeah.
because
It depends on the pupil. But yeah, I do them sometimes, but I've found that any ones that I've done have just been horrendous. So I mean, it's up to them. If they want one, then yes, I would give them one. Yeah.
I've found that if I do them, they have better success normally.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I've always done them anyway, but sometimes I have done them and done one, and the first one is usually quite interesting because they get really nervous at the word test, obviously.
Yeah.
So they're usually quite rubbish on their first one. And then I leave it a few weeks or a month, and then we do another one, and they're normally raring to do better.
Yeah.
And that one, it depends on how they do. If they just get one serious and a couple of minors, then I might still say, fine, we can go to test in a few weeks.
Yeah.
But if it's horrendous again, then that might be a indicator that the
that's
nerves is more of a problem.
Yeah, we need to move the date.
Yeah.
See, what I've done is, I mean, my pass rate wasn't as good as it could have been, and when I'd spoken to one of the local guys, his advice was to try and get drivers to become as independent as they can.
Yeah.
And what I was finding was initially, I think I was over instructing, so I wasn't allowing the student to kind of go through the discomfort of having to manage the situation, and obviously coming in when I needed to. So I do a lot more independent driving, and I do a fair few mock tests, but I mimic the test almost identically, to the way that of my demeanor, also down to the things that I say, that the examiners say, the way they give the instructions, pulling up on the left hand side, and I found that has been really useful. So just as a little bit of a thing that I do that might be helpful for you guys.
Yeah. I do that, and I kind of like say, right, okay. And I kind of speak slightly differently. I say, hello, my name today, I'm Nigel, because that's one of our examiners. And I say,
That's believable.
So I give myself a different name and I go, right, okay, now we're going to be doing your driving test today. Could you read that number plate? And I speak differently and I don't talk to them really much.
Yeah.
So I give them a bit added pressure.
Yeah.
And invariably in the first one, they say it was really nerve wracking because like I wasn't chatting about what they're having for their dinner or.
Yeah.
You're not being you.
Yeah, I tried to not be totally different, but just
Yeah.
try to make it a little bit just to so that they, because the test won't be as stressy as that. You know, it's not as bad as that. So hopefully when they go to it, they'll say, "Oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought it
wasn't
would be."
actually that bad. Yeah, you made it out to be worse than it was.
You know, I don't sort of oh, we're breaking out. So who are you talking to, or am I talking, or?
I'll talk if you want. That's fine.
You want to talk this one?
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Do the next one.
All right, cool.
Because we didn't quite iron it out.
You're all back and I was around. You all crept in silently. And there was me finding out who Chelsea have signed. Really important stuff.
Anyone exciting?
Joe Felix.
All right.
But we need something apart from, and miracles aren't are a bit in short supply. Okay, let me pick on someone. Right, in Group 1, which was Michael. Who was in Group 1? Michael, Gary, and Lisa. Did you bully someone into becoming a spokesperson?
Yes, they did.
I nearly said bastards. Okay, Lisa, then I gather it's you.
It is, apparently.
Okay, so what did you come up with? What was the difference? Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let me just fiddle. Just bear with me a sec, because I think this might be a good idea. Can one open up for me? Okay, I'm going to share my screen. That didn't work, did it?
Nope.
Let's try again. Try again. Technology, when it works, it's great. That might have worked. Okay, so I'm going to have full focused. And goal focused. Okay, so what did you come up with? Just give me a couple of things.
Okay, so for fault focus, we said that it could have a negative impact on the student because it can be quite disheartening. There's kind of nothing worse than somebody feeling like they're picking up on you constantly.
Yeah, you're doing all right, Lisa. Yeah, you could do better. Yeah, no, it's it doesn't help, does it, at all? If people keep saying you're doing something wrong, you give up.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I like that. What else have you got?
We've said that sometimes, as long as your lesson isn't completely orientated around fault focus, for instance, we discussed about if we've got a driver coming from another instructor, for example, if you set the goal that their assessment lesson is to identify any faults that may need development, they're not going to be so surprised if it was kind of if the list is fault focused. But I learned in a previous job what's called a shit sandwich. So delivering the positive, popping in a bit of negative, and ending on a positive.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put the shit sandwich in there in here. I'm probably going to, because have you ever ate a shit sandwich? Did it taste like?
I mean, no, not personally, but I'm sure there's somebody has.
So, as you may be able to tell from my face, I'm not a fan.
I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go with so we'll go shit. So we'll go full assessment. All right. Give me something around dyslexia help. Okay. Give me something around goal focus that you come up with.
Okay. So obviously a positive impact for the student. They feel like they have a goal, so they can measure progress.
Okay. I like that.
And get some thinking for themselves.
Okay, so I'm going to call that thinking for themselves, self-evaluation. Okay, excellent. Right, let me. How does that work? Do that. Okay, right. Let me pick on someone from Group 2, which is Sue, Z, and Susie. So, who did you bully?
I volunteered, kind of.
Well done, Z. Never volunteer for nothing, mate. But
hey. We spoke more generally about the differences between the two, where fault focus is more focused specifically on that particular incident or situation where the fault occurred, whereas a goal focused approach is looking more holistically at the whole journey and kind of taking the student along and identifying whereabouts they are and how they're progressing within that journey. And if there is any kind of fault assessment that needs to be done, it's linked more to how that's going to impact them being able to reach their goal, or how that fault, or how resolving that fault would allow them to achieve their goal or work towards their goal. And it's more of a holistic view, looking at the entire journey. Then by the end of the lesson, they can see how they've progressed rather than what they've done right and wrong, sort of thing.
Okay. Okay, good. Come back. Right. Okay, so Group 3, which is Suzanne, Jamie, and John. What did you come up with?
I don't mind doing it. I'll do it.
Okay, John.
I told them not to choose me, but I might as well do it. They probably will anyway. So I put for the false, but I agree that it's negative, can be quite negative. It's quite reactive as well. You're reacting to what you're seeing. So you're just dealing with absolutely everything. It's it's not specific. So you're firefighting really with what you're seeing.
Yeah.
It can be overwhelming for the pupil. Because if you're picking up on this, that, and the other, as I think it's quite demoralising.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Good.
On the goal focus, I put it's specific.
Yeah. So
you're quite focused on what you're working on. Once again, I agree it's positive. So you got something to work towards. It helps the pupil feel involved in their learning as well, not just today I'm going to tell you what you're doing. I'm helping the pupil have some involvement so they feel that they're getting some out of it, because how many of them are quite quiet and don't say, actually from last week we're working on roundouts, could we do it again? However, I did put on the negative you can be blinkered. So from the point of view that if you're goal focused, you might solely focus on the goal and not deal with ancillary things that creep in on the outside. So it makes you sometimes be quite blinkered.
Okay, I agree, but I think that comes from people not understanding a goal-focused approach.
Totally.
And when we do a model later of goal setting and risk management, really that will hopefully, I want you to hang on to that, John, and see if that model covers what you're talking about, because I understand that negativity, but that approach means that actually someone is not goal focused. They miss in some respects. They lack the skill to manage the goal.
Brilliant.
Okay, because they misunderstand the concept of being goal focused and only focus on the goal and kill themselves in the first, because they're not managing the risk.
Totally.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Anyone want to add anything else to those lists? I'll take that as a no then. I just needed to give you enough time to think. Okay, let me go back to here. Right, good. Make sure I'm on time. Okay, so I'm going to summarise and add to what we've just discussed. Okay, so if we look at a fault-focused approach, the course of the lesson is determined based on the faults committed. This is where the general drive came in. Let's just go for a general drive. Yeah, and then, of course, if we go for a general drive and we allow someone to drive around enough, they make a mistake. Oh, we've now got something to do in our lesson. Let's focus on that mistake. So the lessons is completely determined based on the faults committed. And goals are set dependent on the faults. So until they've made a mistake, there is no goal to the lesson, no outcome to be achieved, apart from let's just practice. Feedback is all around the fault. We haven't called it the shit sandwich here, Lisa. We've called it the praise sandwich. But while we're on the praise sandwich, okay, let me give you an example. I'm going to come out because I like to see you all. Okay, and I use this example a lot because this is probably why I'm divorced. So this is the me being using the shit sandwich badly, but you'll get the gist. So, you know, my dearly beloved, the other part of my life turns up and she's wearing this beautiful dress, and I go, oh, you look absolutely gorgeous in that dress. It sparkles with your eyes, yeah. It hugs your figure and it really shows off what you've got. That's absolutely fantastic. Just turn around in it. Oh yeah, your bum looks a bit big in it though. But overall, you look fantastic. So I'm dead. Yeah, but I've just, like, jokingly, that's the praise sandwich. What will that person go off and remember?
The negative.
Shit.
The shit. It will stick. Yeah. No, it doesn't matter what I've said, which is nice. Humans are programmed to focus on the negative. It's about survival. And so we have to be very careful about how we use that, because all the positive will disappear. And that's my problem with the praise sandwich. It can be used. You've got to be so careful on it, because people get stuck in the negatives. And of course, if we impact, as you've all pointed out, the negative consistently, it demoralizes us.
I do find if I use the shit sandwich, the filling is normally identified by the student.
Okay,
so
that's
if
different.
they've done something and we say, no, what do you think is an area of development? They'll identify it.
I love those words. Areas of development, areas of improvement. That's not, so we're now putting some flavour in there, aren't we? We've taken out the
salt and
shit.
pepper.
Yeah, we've now given it some sauce. You know, we're putting something nice in that sandwich. Yeah, and they're supplying the filling, so they're choosing what they're eating. Whereas in the old-fashioned, we supplied the filling.
Yeah.
And they didn't get a choice in that. And so if they were vegan and we put beef in it, it didn't go down very well. So yeah, that's my problem with the shit sandwich, is that it's not always delivered very well. So let me go back. And with a fault-focused approach, training is dependent on the test. It equals a test focus. So, because what are we looking at with faults? We measure faults against tests, generally speaking. And so if you think about this, when someone's in the early stages of their training, let's just say the first 10 hours, and we're measuring it against a test-focused approach, they're never going to get anything right because it takes a long time to get up to that test standard. And so if we thought about this maybe from a learner-driver point of view, they not really, generally speaking, get anywhere near test standard till they've got around 30 to 40 hours under their belt. So those previous 30 or 40 hours are all going to be negative if we're measuring them against a test. It's very difficult to be positive if someone's not reached test standard, and that's our measure. The instructor-client relationship is hierarchical. I touched on this before. I'm the expert. I know it all. But in terms of that, I'm also the expert about everything. You know, you do as I say. Don't argue with me. I'm right. Yeah, what do you know? You haven't even started learning yet. And so even if that isn't coming across in my language, it's coming across in my body language. And that's what people see that. You know, when you're the expert, people see that you're the expert, even without opening our mouths. You know, don't argue with me. I know what's right. And we've all probably done this ourselves over time, gone to that hierarchical, because the other thing is our clients put us up there, which makes it really difficult sometimes to bring the relationship down to being equal. But remember, it's a person equal relationship. And a fault-focused approach is based on the belief that learning takes place through a transfer of knowledge from the expert to the learner. I sigh, because what I see out there a lot is people regurgitating driving the essential skills and the highway code to our clients. Well, our clients could read the damn books. They don't need us to tell us what's in there. And what happens is, in a fault-focused approach, it is just purely skill-based. And we miss out the other aspects, because training is all about thoughts, feelings, and behaviour. And the behaviour is a skill. And what a fault-focused approach doesn't take into account is the client's thoughts and feelings, because it doesn't matter. It's not relevant. That's why quite often when we get to tests, people blame nerves, because thoughts and feelings haven't been taken into account and the training has all been test focused. Now, I'm being very generalistic, but that's part of the problem. So the difference is a goal-focused approach. The course of the lesson is determined based on the goals agreed. That last word is absolutely fundamental. Agreed. Not what I'm saying to do, and not what the client is saying they want to do. It's based on that coaching conversation, what is best for the client. And that it becomes an agreement we can go back to, because it's a negotiated agreement. Goals are set dependent on clients' needs, not what they want, what they need. And that goes back to the goals being agreed. So being good at having the ability to have a coaching conversation is essential to having a goal-focused approach. Feedback is all around the goal. It's constructive. So the difference is that feedback is about performance in some respects, how much they've tried, how much they had a go. It doesn't matter if someone was rubbish at it. If they gave it their all, then that, you know, we need to recognise, wow, I can see how much effort you've put into that. Thank you for that. Okay, so give me, and feedback then is give me some feedback about what you were just doing, about what you were just learning, what you did well, what didn't go so well. How can I help you achieve your goal? It's far more constructive. And so that feedback is elicited from the client first, and then we give our feedback after we've elicited from the client, rather than our feedback first. And I suppose if I go back to the old test, I remember doing one of my first audits, and the examiner afterwards said, do you know what, that's the first time I've seen that happen. I said, what? And he said, well, when you pulled over your client, I said, yeah. He said, you pulled them over to discuss what they were doing well. You didn't pull them over to discuss their faults. You pulled them over to discuss what they were doing well. And he said, I haven't seen that done before. And I thought, what? You've never seen that done before? That's bloody obvious. Yeah. Feedback is not about faults. Feedback is about the positives. It's about those words Lisa was using, development and improvement. And so it develops self-evaluation skills, a goal-focused approach, and the ability to problem solve. So if we can help our clients work things out for themselves and become solution-focused, they are more likely to be able to continue that in a post-test environment. Because unfortunately, 1 in 5, if we talk about the learner market, are still crashing seriously within 6 months. And that's because they can't problem solve. We didn't give them the tools to problem solve. And training is independent of the test. In fact, you know, generally speaking, in training, if I was, say, teaching anyone, whether it's a PDI or learning, I'm not focusing at all about the test, and maybe until the last 5-10 hours. I'm not interested because it's not relevant. I need to develop their skill base first. I need to develop their thoughts. I need to develop their feelings about what they're doing. And the relationship is equal and non-judgmental. And I think non-judgmental is really, really difficult for all of us, because as humans, we judge. Because it's a survival instinct. I need to judge, is this person a threat to me? And so being non-judgmental is a skill that we have to learn, and it takes time to learn that. I'm still learning it. We still make snap judgments. You know, someone walks in a room, you will make a judgment about them because it's instinctive. What we need to do then is actually find out about that person, because there's sometimes nothing wrong with our intuition, but we need to give people a second chance and rather base it on their looks, which is what we do as humans. And a goal-focused approach is based on the belief that learning comes from within. That's based on the belief, okay, let's just admit Michael has dropped out. That's based on the belief that learning comes from within, that your client has everything they need to be able to learn and develop for themselves and eventually become a driving instructor. Now, in my experience, sometimes that's been very challenging. But what's pleasing for me is I've never, ever had someone I couldn't teach to become a driving instructor. And if you've been teaching people to become driving instructors in the past, there has probably been some very challenging people. I tell you a story. I used to do the training for a company called the Big Red L Company, and they had about 25 ADIs, and I used to do their PDI training for them. And the guy who ran the company used to go to me, not this time, because, and I'd go, okay, we'll see. And he'll, like, long story short, we come back from the part 3 test, and I go, yeah. He goes, how can they possibly? I said, because you're just using your judgment based on what you see and how the conversations you've had, and you're only interested in the money and not the person. He said, but now I've got to get rid of them. I don't want them in my franchise. I go, well, that's not my problem. Yeah. Why do you want me helping you to get people through and become driving instructors when you don't want them in the first place? Maybe you've got to look at your recruitment process. They're no longer in business. So, okay. Michael, how much did you miss? I can't hear you.
Just about a minute. My computer lost power, so I had to power it up again. Sorry about that.
Does anyone want to see those slides I put up again? You can take pictures of them. Yeah. Okay, let's just put them up just briefly. Okay, come on. Come on, work, please. So that's a fault-focused approach. And that was a goal-focused approach. You will get these slides in a PDF format anyway, but sometimes it helps you. That's at the end of the course. It helps you moving forward throughout the course. Okay, right. This next bit is really, really important, because I'm going to ask, it's going to put you back in breakout rooms, and I'm going to ask you this question. What makes a great driving lesson? Okay, I'm going to put you back in the same rooms, and I'm going to be really nice. I'm going to give you 17 minutes to come up with what makes a great driving lesson. Gary looks at me, 17 minutes? All will be revealed. Yeah. So, options. Okay, any questions before I put you in there? Remember that criteria: learning must take place, value for money must be given, the car must be kept safe. So what makes a great driving lesson?
Hello again.
Hi.
Hello again.
There we go. Right. So of the 3 criteria, learning must have made, well, should have taken place, value for money, and basically keeping everybody safe, isn't it?
Yeah.
So on the first one, they should have made some progress according to the goal which was set at the start, or the plan for the lesson.
Yeah.
The learner should be aware of what progress they made, where they're at along that journey, and if it's relevant, anything which they can do to improve, and also be aware of how that then plays a role in the bigger picture. And then also then how that then will lead on to the next lesson and whatever's to be covered in the following lesson. I think just generally keeping the students safe, making sure that you're able to what's the word I'm looking for? Compensate for any
lack of skill or lack of ability. Or
yeah, you're able to fill those gaps, and then keep them and yourself and everybody else safe. That's pretty much it. What I would say. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, when I think about the lessons that I enjoy the most, for me, the greatest lessons are when they say something to me like, "Oh, I could have gone then."
Yeah.
Then I know that they've learned something because they now know how quickly they can get out of a junction.
Yeah.
Or they say, "I'm going to go after that white van at a roundabout." They've started to make a decision. Then I know they've learned. So that gives me a buzz rather than me saying, "Are you going to go after the white van?" As soon as they take some responsibility.
Yeah.
I think it's also the how the student feels. And do they feel empowered? Do they feel like they've progressed? It's not about your assessment only of how well they've done. It's about, are they?
It's like they feel they've done well.
Them agreeing with you, them, yeah.
And when they are enthusiastic and when they do a lot of talking, then I know the rapport's good and I know that they are enjoying it, they're learning something and they're looking forward to the next one rather than, "Oh, that was crap, I stole the car."
Yeah.
It's what comes out. I think feedback.
Yeah.
It's going well. As opposed to when you get somebody who really doesn't want to talk to you because they're scared because it's like,
you do get some students who are not very good at self-analysis.
Yeah, that's true. You have to kind of sometimes drag it out, don't you? Sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's hard sometimes to not speak too much because you want them to speak, but they're so quiet that you're like, "How long can I be quiet for?"
The whole lesson spent in awkward silence.
Yeah, and sometimes you're there framing the same question 3-4 different ways.
Yeah.
To try and get
trying to get an answer, and you're like, "Oh my god, this is like pulling teeth." Yeah.
But yeah.
What makes a great driving lesson? I think same as you, Sue. When you've finished the lesson and you're discussing you're doing the recap. If they've got a smile on their face and, as you say, looking forward to the next lesson, I think that's basically, that makes for a good driving lesson or a great driving lesson. As long as the client's happy, that's the main thing.
And that they know what they started out to do.
Yeah.
And that
they've either achieved it or they've certainly got a lot.
And they've learned some, even bad things, they still learn something.
Yeah.
But
if they've made any mistakes, then I'll learn from that mistake next time. I won't do that again. But as you say, I think that what you said about I should have gone then. Well, why didn't you?
So next time.
Yeah, next time.
Will.
Yeah. Don't think when you think you can go, you go. Don't think about it and then go, "Oh, I could have gone then." Yeah. But if you'd gone when you said I could go, then you could have been away.
Well, what I usually do in those situations is, if they're just getting to grips with roundabout judgment, for example.
Yeah.
The first step is being able to recognize the actual opportunities.
Yeah.
And sometimes the students beat themselves up and they're like, "Oh, I could have gone there." I said, "Look, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that you've recognized the opportunity. Next step now is to try and make use of that opportunity.
Put it in place, put it in action." Yeah.
I said, "But this is it's a process, isn't it? You don't suddenly." I've only met a couple of students who understood roundabouts like that without much of my input.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So for me, when it's a really successful one, it is when we've got a clear goal. And you have some who are fabulous at saying, "I really want to go and do that roundabout again next time, and then I'd quite like to be in a bit more traffic." Some of them are really fabulous and they're okay, so we'll introduce a more complicated situation and we've planned the next lesson at the end of that lesson. To me, that is a great one because they know what they've learned, they know what they want to move on, know what they want to revisit.
Yeah.
And that's a great client and a great lesson.
Yeah.
We don't all do that.
No, unfortunately not.
But with certain people who this depends again on the person, but if I can get that sort of relationship with everybody, I would be happy.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's never going to work though, because there's
not
always
with everybody.
there's always going to be people.
But that always makes me think, well, what can I do to try to
But then
help
you
that
try your
person?
best to get a conversation out of them, or not just conversation, just answers. You know, what went well there? Oh, I don't know. Well, you know, what have we just done? We've just done a roundabout. What went well? Nothing. I've crossed lanes. Okay, yes, you crossed lanes, but was there anything about it that, you know, was there anything good about that part of the lesson? No. You're like,
Yeah, you're gonna get that. You're gonna get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It'd be,
So the
it'd be
more
nice.
organised I think I am at the beginning, the better the lesson goes.
Mhm.
I mean, I've had people who have been. I've got one girl who's been with me a year, but on her very first driving lesson, I think it was mum and dad were, "You're going to learn to drive."
Yeah.
She was terrified, and as soon as she sat in the driver's seat, she was just went to pieces.
Yeah.
So the first lesson was straight bit of road. She sat in the driver's seat, and I just moved the car on the clutch. That was it. We just went back and forward, and that was enough.
Mhm.
And then now she's actually on the bypass in fourth gear, but it's taken a year because she's so scared. But she's not scared now.
Yeah.
But I was almost at the point of giving up with her because I was like, what really, she's maybe not meant to drive.
Yeah, I've got one like that.
I don't like to give up, but at the same time, I don't want to waste her money.
No.
So
I don't know how many times I've said to this woman, look, do you really want to do this? Because she gets in the car and I was like, right, okay, how are you feeling today? So
Yeah.
are we going to be moving the car today? Are you going to be sitting here? Or and it's been going on for, God, she's done 30 odd hours with me. And we're just not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else to do.
To me, that's possibly like you say, it's like what is it that makes you want to be here? Why are you wanting? I mean, you probably do all
Identify
that.
the motivation.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Sorry.
in those sort of situations, I always get them to think about, you know, how learning to drive and getting the driving license
Yes.
will benefit them and how
Yeah.
it will change their life, what opportunities it'll open
Yeah.
up for them. And when they start thinking of it like that, then they start thinking, actually, you know, this is actually I'm doing this for my betterment. This is a
Yeah.
development for me.
Yeah.
It's trying to get that one thing that they want to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
That's
ask why do you want to learn to drive?
Yeah.
Because if it is coming from, oh, my mum and dad want me to learn to drive, then that's probably why they're not very enthusiastic, because it's not.
Because they don't want to do it. They're being told to do it.
It wasn't their idea.
No.
And I said, look, you know, you'll be able to. You won't have to catch a bus anymore.
Yeah.
You'll be able to go out and about. One of my students, I mean, she's enthusiastic, so I didn't really have this problem. But one of the things I remarked on once she passed the test, I said, well, you're not going to have to take a taxi to Asda anymore. You know, and carry all the bags from Asda into a taxi and all that. So you'll be able to drive home, I said, without having to worry about waiting around for a taxi to arrive. So find the motivation, and then you'll find that she'll probably start being a little bit more enthusiastic.
The problem with her is she is. I'm not saying it's a problem. Sorry, she's Polish, and she was driving in Poland before she came here, but she's just lost all her confidence and she's got older. So it's a confidence thing. And she can drive, she can do it, but she's just so nervous and on the edge all the time. And I don't know what else to suggest to her. I've tried the whole, you know, imagine what it's going to do. You can get, you know, a different job. You can do this, you can do that. You know, you can take your son away out on day trips, things like that. But it's just not working.
I think in that sort of situation, what I would do, just keep her on roads where there's going to be less for her to have to deal with,
That's what I'm doing.
and just gradually shift her along.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a case of sometimes you've got to let them experience a little bit of discomfort. I know that sounds odd.
Yeah, you do.
I know. No, I agree. I agree.
But yeah, I'd say just persevere with it. I know it's probably that something that she wants to do, but I mean, nerves and anxiety. Maybe look at ways to manage her anxiety.
Yeah. That's another thing I've suggested. You know,
Yeah.
we'll get acupuncture or
Yoga, bananas.
yeah, rescue remedy.
Or
I've tried it all.
or try
Honestly.
to find out what she's anxious about.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because there's a thing. I mean, I've looked into as well. It's called practicing mindfulness, and it's a lot of anxiety comes from worrying about things either or out of someone's control or something that might happen
Mhm.
in the future. So it's all about kind of rationalizing the fears,
Mhm.
and getting her to think perhaps more about what she can control and what she can't control.
Yeah.
And then kind of almost settling that within her own mind, and then perhaps you can maybe make some
Move
progress.
on, hopefully.
Yeah, and that's what I would do anyway. It's worth a try.
Yeah.
Or just give us some strategies which you can use. A lot of the times when when students are feeling anxious, when it kind of overwhelms them, the conscious part of the brain kind of it kind of takes a little bit of a holiday, and it just and then they're in survival mode. So it's about trying to bring them back into get the conscious part of the brain activated again. So it could be, I get them to either count backwards from 10 or 5, or I get them to, read out the alphabet. Get them to do it backwards if they're finding it too easy.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But or breathing as well. I say,
Yeah, breathing. I've tried.
what I find with some students is they, if they're in a stressful situation, they'll not breathe for about
no,
5
no, they
to
hold their breath, going round roundabouts, and it's they come off, and you're like, right, breathe.
I say, right, okay, take a deep breath. You're okay. Just constant encouragement, constant praise.
Yeah.
Bringing them back in the moment, right? Take a deep breath, count down for 5. Getting them to feel the wheel under their hands. Don't grip too tightly. Get them to think about that, and it brings them present into the moment.
Yeah.
So some bits and bobs that I try.
That's a good idea. What about the value for money thing? Forgot about that one.
Value for money.
I think that's
does that come from it's been a great lesson, so you've learned something, so therefore it's been worth your while paying me to do this?
Yeah, I think that comes more from, I mean, as a consumer, when you buy something, your value for money is based on your perception of whatever it is that you've purchased, or whichever service you've had. So if you feel like it's been of benefit, or you feel like you've made some progress, from a student's point of view, moving
Then it's
towards
value for money, isn't it?
yeah. How much progress you feel that you've made, or overcoming some kind of a difficulty. I guess there's loads of ways to measure it, but I guess progress would be the way to measure.
Yeah. I think as well that comes back to the goal, doesn't it? Because if you went out with today I'm going to learn to do this, and we got so far towards that, then you know that you've had a reason for being there. When they're talking about just doing the fault analysis, you went for a drive and you didn't stop looking at the pedestrian crossing. And that's what I did today. I just I always try and think about if they went home and their mum and dad said, "What did you do today?" They need to have a good answer.
Yeah.
Well, we were working on roundabouts today, and I was finding the gap. They know what they were doing.
Yeah.
And did you find the gap? Well, I was a bit slow to start with, but I managed it the last 2 or 3 times. So they've achieved. So there's a measure.
Yeah.
I try and think about what they would say if somebody asked them about their driving lesson.
Yeah.
I think through
rather than, I don't know, what did you know? You don't want them to go and say, "Oh, I'm not sure, we just drove about."
Yeah.
That wouldn't be.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit. Sometimes though, it's a bit like when you ask your son, daughter, whatever it may be, "Oh, what did you learn at school today?" "Oh, I don't know."
Exactly.
I don't know.
I'd be nice if they could actually tell you.
Yeah. Well, I guess that probably says a lot about our education system.
Yeah.
Which I was part of for about 9 or so years. Yeah. So I think I think the value.
I think that's sometimes discouraging when you get people who you do say to them, "Okay, so what's going well for you today?" And they go like that.
Yeah.
Nothing. Well, you went down, you turned out this cobbled street and there was a bus coming in. Did you get anxious? No? Okay, well that's good, isn't it? Because you were really anxious on this street and now you're not bothered. So yeah, I suppose so. You've got to kind of really find the positive for them sometimes.
Yeah.
They're just used to always feeling that they're not doing very well.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's somehow making sure that you're getting some sort of feedback out of them.
Mhm.
And keeping them safe, I suppose. You feel as if that goes without saying, but it's not that easy sometimes.
It's not. It's was it safe? Was there something that went wrong that you did not pick up on? That's the. I think that's what I failed my first part 3 on, because I saw him. I knew what I was doing. I knew what he was doing.
We've got
but
10
I just
seconds, guys.
didn't say it. I just didn't say it.
Mm.
If I had, I would have passed first time.
Yeah.
There we go. But yeah, these things are.
Welcome.
Oh,
Okay. All right, the same as what I did last time. So bear with me. It's slow today. Okay. So, question is, what makes a great driving lesson? So, group 1, what did you come up with?
Yep. Well, since Lisa went last time, I think I'll just have a go. This
Okay,
time.
thank
Thank you, Michael.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Gary. We came out with quite a lot of stuff. Initially, the goals need to be agreed before the lesson. What makes a great lesson, obviously, the goals need to be agreed before the start of the lesson.
Okay.
Yeah, and it could be conducive to the pupil of scoring themselves before the lesson and after the lesson, to see, like, almost in a self-evaluation sort of process, would be good as well. And the goal to make sure what suits the best way the learner learns, their process of learning as well, that we also talked about. And just a good sense of humour, putting the pupil at ease, and making sure who's responsible for the safety of the car as well, agreeing on that as well. And also we just talked about something else, trying to do something different, something different that might not happen in the test, like I think as Lisa mentioned, Gary, going through, filling up with fuel, driving through a McDonald's or a Burger King or something like that, just to make sure the people are well versed. Yeah.
Where would I be without spell check? Eh? It's brilliant. Okay, thank you. Group 2.
who was that?
Who was group 2? I can let you know.
Was that us?
Sue. If I could read. Z.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah.
Will I go since he went last?
Okay, I'll do the next one.
That's it. It's a deal. I kind of looked at it a bit more from what feels like a great driving lesson.
Okay.
So it feels great when you've got, like you say, you've got a clear goal to start with.
Okay. Yeah.
The pupil feels like they've learned something, like they give you good feedback. They're happy. They're looking forward to their next lesson. They feel like they have learned something. They feel like they've made progress. They've enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
All these things make me feel like I've delivered a good lesson.
Okay.
But it all starts from having a clear understanding of what you're going to do and how close you get to that goal. And even if you don't achieve it, that there's been steps in there that have got you towards it. That there's been some improvement. And it's like the perception of the learner that they have actually achieved whatever it was that we set out to achieve.
Okay.
It's their perception really, and they're looking forward. The best lessons are when the pupil tells you that I want to revisit this next time. I really enjoyed that about it, and next time I want to do something else as well. So they're totally engaged and motivated about their own learning.
I love those words. Okay, thank you. Okay, so group 3.
Hi.
Hi.
I got told. No, I didn't. I offered.
Okay, well done.
we were talking about more or less the same as what the other guys have been. We said that we think it's enjoyable ultimately.
Yep.
That they're encouraged and they're included. They're encouraged with the problem solving, so that they become more independent, self-reflection, self-evaluate, so that moving forward they can make more decisions themselves.
My keyboard takes a hammering.
Your keyboard.
Yeah. I've got to be more gentle with it. Okay. Okay, anything else? Anyone want to add anything else to this great list?
We had one that was making sure that the student feels like there's no stupid questions.
Yeah.
That they're not in an environment where they feel that they can't ask something freely without being, and I think that's where the hierarchy you mentioned earlier comes in, where you look down on somebody.
Yeah.
And a clean and tidy environment.
Okay.
Having good rapport as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I think lastly as well, making sure that you're keeping the student safe and yourself and everybody else, making sure you're aware of your environment and you're able to compensate for students' lack of judgment or ability.
Mm-hmm.
I think as well, being able to manage our emotions, so patience, and obviously if something negative happens, or like a near miss, for example, that we're not putting that onto the learner, because that would give them, that it's disheartening. If you're panicking, they're going to panic.
Yeah. Okay, good. Right. So if I'm looking at this list, and I'm conscious of the time, with what you've said, how could I put what makes a great driving lesson in a nutshell? There was a reason I gave you 17 minutes coming out now.
Is it a standards check?
It's a standards check. Well done, Lisa. It's 17 competencies. I give you 17 minutes to come up with the 17 competencies, which you've done a pretty good show off. But if you think about it, ADIs rebel against the standards check. But really, you've just come up with the standards check in some respects. What makes a great lesson? Yeah. Let me just go back here. Okay. Just bear with me. So, what makes a great lesson? Learning must take place. Value for money must be given. The car must be kept safe. So, it's the 17 competencies on the Part 3 standards check marking sheet. Lesson planning, risk management, and teaching and learning strategies is exactly what makes a great driving lesson. It's quite ironic that the majority of ADIs rebel against the standards check and say it's nothing like what they should do on a day-to-day basis. That's weird, isn't it? Yeah, that's weird that we say, well, the standards checks is nothing like what we should be doing. Whereas you guys have just come up with, actually, it's exactly what we should be doing. That's a conundrum that I can't solve. Why is that? I've got a good idea, really. But I'll leave you to ponder that, because the next John doesn't know that I've got a personal chef who's been preparing me lobster thermidor. So and he's just called me in. Well, actually, she's just called me in to say lunch is ready and prepared. So you have 30 minutes for lunch, and then when you come back, I'm going to ask that question: what have you got out of this morning's session? Okay, I'll see you in 30 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Graham.
Yes, see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cutie.
We want some food up, Johnson.
How long are you home for,
Till 3:30. Well, I've got a lesson then. I'll be back for just after 6 then. Yeah, I've got 2 lessons in the afternoon. Okay. Do that if you want. That now?
Yeah, and if I go up,
Yes, 20 past 1 now.
what time is it now? I've only been a mile yet, babe. 1 past 1, by the time I run a mile, it'll be about 2 o'clock. It's going to take me 45 minutes to train.
Why is it going to take you 40 minutes to read the money?
What time is it now?
20 past 1.
It's going to take me at least 10 minutes to run a mile.
You know, I don't think. I mean, the evening time, are you going to really want to go at the evening time?
I think I can run a mile.
As you wish.
Because once I run a mile, I want to try and get those clothes items from him.
Go for it, love. Go for it.
Sí, sí.
Trouble with lobster, it gets all over your fingers and everywhere, you know. It's a bit messy. But hey, you know, we all have to suffer.
Oh, I've got the dog.
Walkies.
Sorry, he's just like
He's okay. He's kind.
you want to join in, Sam? You join in.
No, you've got a dog as well.
It usually turns into a dog or a cat fest at some stage.
I wasn't comfy where I was, so I've come through for a comfy seat now.
That makes sense. Be comfortable.
Yeah.
And it really, actually, that's something, you know, environment is really, really important, isn't it? You know, in teaching and learning, being in the right environment really helps learning. And I know that Zoom is not everybody's favourite tool in terms of learning, but at least you get to choose the environment that you're sat in.
Yeah, definitely.
You know,
You get more chocolate, don't you, when you're in Zoom?
Yeah,
More
exactly.
chocolate.
More chocolate. But it makes life, in some respects, you know, you didn't have to travel to get here. Well, I did. I came from my bedroom to my office, all of 3 steps. It was a tough journey this morning, but you know, someone has to make sacrifices. You know, I don't think we would, our company, we wouldn't have survived without Zoom. It was not, it wouldn't have been possible. And also, even if you think about this training, so we've got people in Inverness all the way down to the southwest of England. Before we had to localize where we advertised. Now it makes life so much easier to fill courses and keeps us in business. We'd never, if you think about it, people always going, "You're never coming to Scotland. You're never coming to the southwest of England." Yeah, because only 2 people wanted training in the southwest of England, and only 3 people wanted training in Scotland. It was always in Wales. One man, his dog and a sheep. It was always a challenge, but now it makes life. We can all come together from different parts of the country. So I've been a fan of Zoom. I know it has its downfalls.
I imagine you can get more people as well. So you can offer more courses rather than it sort of, there'd be like a big waiting time.
Yeah, well, it's helped us. I mean, in terms of putting on courses, the courses this January are all full. And quite often, we're always. I might be advertising, going, we've got 1 or 2 places left. Occasionally, there's certain times a year where courses become a little bit difficult, and also, how can I put it? What the government decide to do has an effect on our sales, big time. When they, and I put this bluntly, when they scare the living shit out of everyone, no one books a course. And then it takes about a month to 6 weeks for everyone to go, actually, not that much has really changed. I can now book a course. My business is still carrying on. But we live in a fear society, fed on fear.
Scaremongering.
Yeah. But
if they told everybody how good things were, people would feel better.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
It's not good news.
Good news doesn't. It's never sold. And also, good news, you can't control people if you give them good news. You can only control people if you give them bad news. Otherwise, we might end up thinking we might have our own, be in control of our own lives then. Ooh, radical. Okay, right. 2, 4, 6, 8. All back. Okay, look, I'm going to pick on you because I can follow you around the screen now. So I'm going to start at the top left of my screen. That question is, give me something you've got out from this morning's training that has helped you, whether that's reinforcing knowledge you've already got or something new or just any sort of tidbit. So I'm going to start with Michael. He's got to unmute himself. That's what he's learned today.
That's the dog. That's the dog barking in the background.
Okay.
No, what I've got out of today's course so far is just not to be too prescriptive and just to be more flexible and adapt to new ways of learning. It's just I just boil it down to that basic kind of platform.
Okay. Lovely, thank you, Michael. Sue.
Well, 2 things really is, main one is focus on the goal every time. Don't let things start off without a proper focus. And the second one was what you were talking about. The very first thing was the thing about the dogs. I can't remember the first word.
Oh, Pavlov's dogs.
Yeah, develop. And although I don't, I pull people over halfway through lessons just to chat about the lesson, but quite often we do pull people over after a fault. So we're probably conditioning them to say, oh no, she's pulled me over, what have I done wrong? And that struck a bit of a note with me.
Okay, great. So, Susie.
Yeah, pretty much what Sue just said there. We do tend to just pull them over when they've done something wrong. But what you said about the examiner saying to you, I've never known that you've pulled them over to explain what they've done well. And that's something that I'm definitely going to take into my lessons, because it shouldn't always be about the negatives. It should, client-centered learning means that you need to give them positive feedback as well as the negative.
Yeah.
on a fairly regular basis, which I do, but I don't tend to pull them over for it. But yeah, I'm going to start doing that. I think that's
because
a great
what
idea.
you may notice, if you say to a client, pull over and somewhere safe and convenient on the left, you watch their body language.
Yeah, they go,
oh,
because
here
they've
it
done something, they
comes.
think they've done something
What have
wrong.
I done wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can change that. Okay, thank you. Jamie.
Similar sort of thing again as well. Focus on the positives. Pull them over to give them praise as well. Don't always pull them over for, like you just said, yeah. Also didn't know too much about the old preset tests. I know a lot more about that now.
Yeah.
That's, how the new tests is so much different to the old ones. Where at my part 3, I didn't know nothing about it at all. So a lot more knowledge about that now.
Okay, good. Gary.
Right. How to build a better relationship with your clients. Focus more on helping them to become a better version of themselves, and getting on the same level as them, and do not allow them to think that you're up here and they're down here and you're, like you said, pouring information into them. It's more like a relationship, a personal relationship.
Absolutely.
Rather than teacher-learner relationship.
Because otherwise you tell me you're the driving instructor and then they're not engaged then. Okay. John.
Indeed.
Hello.
Hello.
So I came in a bit late, so it's a bit easier for me, I suppose. But some of it's comparing to some of the stuff I already know, but it was good to talk through goal-focused and fault-focused teaching and just hear different people's different perceptions, and just singing off the same hymn sheet from everybody else. Was like, what you said about pulling over. I like that, pulling over and talking about positives. So, what's going well? How are you changing that? I'm really pleased. Let's go. It's true. You do pull people because you want to go, right, so I'm noticing this. So yeah, I'll definitely take that away.
Okay, yeah. I think it stems to the way we've all been trained. It's been straight, even quite often with goal focus, it still becomes fault focused in some respects, because we don't know how to manage the feedback, and feedback is king. And just a quick plug, I'll be doing a webinar shortly on feedback, which you can all enroll on at very reasonable costs. Okay, and moving on. Sorry. Z.
For me, it was, I think, crystallizing the difference between fault-focused and goal-focused, and it allowed me to kind of almost do a review of what I've been doing previously, thinking about the way I've managed fault within lessons, and then perhaps making sure moving forward I can start maybe looking at the whole picture rather than just that specific fault. That was it for me, really, crystallizing that. And also the last thing that we did, the 17 competencies, where without really thinking about them specifically, if you think about a great lesson, that's what they are. It's all listed within that sort of sheet. So a bit of a connection, I think, between those two. It was a bit of a light bulb moment, although it kind of was there already, but I hadn't really consciously thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, because if as trainers we need to know what a great lesson looks like, because our PDIs don't know what a great lesson looks like. How, because we do need to judge, we do need to measure as trainers, and we need to have something to measure against. So those 17 competencies help us measure. There's more to it than that, but it does help us measure and understand their performance. And it's important that we understand that. Lisa.
I think similar to what others have said, really, just clarifying the difference between fault focused and client led, and really kind of understanding what we went through with the training for the PSTs was quite a moment for me to realise that I was conditioned and the lifelines that the examiner gave me was a reason. That was the reason. Also, like everyone else has said, really, the pulling over for the positive. I really like that because, again, it enforces that positive mentality and it builds them up rather than breaks them down. But I think being in an industry where you're predominantly on your own, yes, you can get passes, but I found it quite reassuring that I do understand what I'm doing. I am on the right page. I'm not a million miles away from where I want to be. So that's actually quite reassuring to know that I'm not messing it all up. And like I said, the final where we related a great lesson, and it's a standards check. So the worry of the standards check doesn't necessarily become such a worry anymore because it's just a great lesson.
Yeah, if you do what you normally do, what you normally do is a great lesson, you should fulfil the criteria of the standards check. The problem with that advice is, if you normally deliver a shit lesson, you're going to get a shit result on the standards check. Yeah, and so how many ADIs actually have a structured approach to the lesson they give?
Yeah.
Or do they turn up, do a little bit of a general drive, and then full focus?
I think
and that's where I'm going to use these words because this is really important, and it's probably why I don't like the words see it, say it, sort it. It's really frustrating for me because see it, say it, sort it means it's a general drive and you see it and say it and sort it and it's fault focused. Yes, we do need those skills, but it's not about what teaching and training is about.
Yeah. Okay.
Finally, Sue Yates.
Oh, hiya.
We've got two Sues now, so.
For me personally, more validation that what I have been doing, I am on the right path, and everything that I've learned and everything else that I've done on that BTEC stuff, I haven't dropped as much as what I thought I had.
Okay, cool. Because what you learned on your BTEC, I mean, in some respects, because the BTEC level 4 in coaching for driver development actually gives you the skills in some respects to be a trainer.
Yeah.
Because those are the skills that you've developed through that you're actually going to pass on to your trainee.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this will give you what to do, but it actually doesn't give you those skills. And so that leads nicely into my next question. Okay. And my next question is, what makes a great driver trainer? So I'm going to put you in your rooms again. And that's what I want you to discuss. Now, how long am I going to give you? I'm going to give you 10 minutes on that. What makes a great driver trainer? So bear with me. Okay, any questions before you go in? All good?
Yep.
Silence is golden. Okay, here we go.
Hello again.
Okay, what makes a great driver trainer? Well, someone that listens to you, or someone that a good listener.
Actually, a good listener. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be a lot of the core principles of being a good driving instructor?
You'd expect it to be, wouldn't you?
I mean, the content, I guess, is slightly different,
Mm-hmm.
but the approach surely has to be the same, or if not very, very similar.
Yeah, because it's still going to be client-centered learning because they still need to take ownership of their own learning as well. But
Yeah, there's
yes,
all those aspects. Yeah.
yeah,
So it's the feedback, it's the planning of the lesson appropriate
yeah,
for the level of the student
yeah,
or the trainer, even. You know, making sure that there's goals which has been set
goals
Agreed.
set, yeah.
Managing the progress throughout the lesson.
Yeah.
Focusing
Progress,
on the progress within the goal itself.
Yeah.
Knowing what, like you say, knowing what the pupil needs, it's the same as knowing what the PDI needs
Yeah.
to learn, and being able to deliver that in like that equal relationship way.
Yeah.
Mm.
Find out how they like to learn.
Yeah.
You know, if they prefer to do things, then I know there's words for it, kinetic and I can't remember.
Yeah.
Kinesthetic.
Kinesthetic.
Yeah.
You know, do you
Hearing,
prefer,
speaking, doing, basically.
basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Find out how they like to learn. If they like to read things, you give them things to read. If they like to listen to things, you say, right, we'll go away and listen to this. You know, just find out how they take information in as well, I think.
I think when I was learning, because I went through the ticket course thing, the thing that I found very good was the trainer letting me decide how we approached things after the first few lessons till I got into the way of how it was going to work.
Mhm.
Like whether he was going to be the pupil and I was giving him a lesson or the other way around. Because sometimes I felt I almost wanted him to treat me as a pupil and give me the lesson so that I could understand it from that side.
Mm.
Sort of letting, so within the framework, there was a very equal
Yeah.
kind of relationship. I didn't feel like I was turning up and he was going to tell me how to be a driving instructor.
Yeah.
Whereas that's what I thought when I started out, that's what I expected, but that's not what I got. And so what I got was much more.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't. I was with a big driving school, and there was two of us in the car with the
Right.
trainer.
Right.
And just, you know, split between the two of us, and
Right.
you know, you play the pupil and I'll do this, and you know, you sit in the back and watch. And
Right.
it
It wasn't very prescriptive at all when I did it. That I found that quite useful.
Yeah. The training I've had since my initial training has been 10 times better than the initial training, my initial part 3 training that I had
Yeah.
from individual people. So yeah.
It was
So,
like
yeah.
letting me find my own way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Almost.
I think
I was expected to be told more than I was told. I had to find a lot out, and that's probably made it stick better.
Well, I started off with LDC, and they've got somebody by the
Yes.
name of Bob Morton, who is
Is that just a head guy that does the videos?
he does the videos, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him.
So I've actually been to one of his workshops as well. And even he said, you know, if somebody can walk to your car under their own steam, then they can really figure out a lot of the things for themselves. You know, and there's like Graham was saying, a lot learning happens from within. It doesn't happen from the outside. And if anybody's got any amount of life experience, they should be able to figure things out through a bit of rational thinking and experience how to get to the correct answer. So no, it sounds like you've had a pretty positive experience. So did your instructor use this this coaching, this thing?
Yeah, so I've already seen that because I've got one because that's what I work through.
Yeah, and this is good,
I
is
don't
it? Yeah.
have mine yet.
Is
Does
this
not turn up?
No, not yet.
Is this quite good then? This one?
Yes, particularly this of putting the lesson plans together.
Yeah,
And
see, that. I think that's what my issue is. Planning a lesson.
putting all because it gets you to do lesson plans for everything as you go through.
Right.
And the nice, obviously, when you first start out, I've got no idea how to plan a driving lesson. Obviously, I've never done it before. I think it's just telling somebody like mirror signal maneuver. You know, I don't know when you first start.
Yeah.
And it was what the trainer didn't tell me a better way to do it, but would give me sort of a bit of a kind of shove, maybe without me even realising.
Just like little suggestions.
Online, or there's a lot of videos out there, and then I would realise myself, I could put pictures in.
Yeah.
Because before it was just wordy, you know. Hello, dog.
Sorry.
So yeah, then start putting pictures in, and then I would realise that there's gifts online, and I could send gifts to people, and and you start to realise there's a whole load of media out there that you can use, and that made my lesson planning better, probably without them actually saying, "Don't make it so wordy. Go and get some pictures."
Yeah.
just kind of how I would have done it. Was
Mhm.
realise and hold back and let the person find out for themselves. That would
Well,
be the better
I've
way.
got a perfect example of that. I've got a pupil that is got a test, or sorry, has got a test in a couple of weeks, and she doesn't learn well by just reading things. And it was the show me, tell me question. She went, I don't think I'll ever be able to learn them. And I says, well, there's other options. I says, why not go on YouTube and
Yeah.
you know, just put in car show me, tell me questions. And because it's got the audio, she's listening
Yeah.
to it on the bus, she's listening to it on her way to work, she's listening to it every, you know, and she's got it, and she's got the exact answer for every one in her head. Because I did them the other day and I couldn't believe it. She had the, you know, word for
Yeah.
word. But because she was saying she was struggling, I thought, well, there must be something else. And I thought, well,
Yeah, I use
something else.
videos quite a lot.
There's audio, you know, go and listen to them. And she went, oh, that will probably work. And it has. So that was that. I have to admit, that's one thing that I was quite proud of the other day.
Yes.
When it happened.
So I think a great trainer lets you find your own way.
Given different options, but yeah.
Unless asked for suggestions, it would be like, and like delivering a lesson to the trainer.
Yeah.
And sort of letting you make your own mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I used to find the commentary really embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was like, feel silly driving along here talking to myself, but you get over it and you realise how important it is.
I know.
So I don't know whether you did that when you were training, having to talk all the time about what you were doing.
My trainer, he advised me to do it, and since then I've gone on and advised other students of my own to also do it. I mean, I trained my little cousin, and she would lose focus. She'd be away with the fairies half the time.
Yeah.
And the only way I could get her to make sure that she's consistently focusing on what she's doing is just talking herself through what she's doing and what she's seeing.
Yes.
And how she's going to respond to things, and it worked brilliantly.
Yes.
Yeah, it worked absolutely brilliantly. But you're right,
Yeah.
people do feel silly when they're doing it. It's part of the
Yeah.
reason why they don't really continue with it. But
I've had a couple that were much better when they would say to me, I'm coming up to the lights, I'm going to check my mirrors, and I'm going to signal left because I'm changing lane. I'm checking it's safe to do so. And do you know, and it was just after a mantra after a few times. Because it used to get a bit muddled.
Yeah. I had a girl that actually sang to herself. Yeah. She sang it out to herself.
Yeah, and had one who said, I'm going to have, she says, in my driving test, I'm going to have to talk myself through it. And that's fine. The examiner doesn't care.
Bash
You
on.
can sing. You do like.
If that helps you, then you bash on. But then
There's
the
no
examiner will
special
think I'm
answer.
mad.
what I say to them, if you're going to do it, just make sure you do what you say you're going to do. Don't you? I said, don't say it and then don't
say
do
something
it.
and then do something completely opposite. Yeah. Yeah, I think, allowing them to make their own mistakes is probably.
Yeah, it's the listening, but like you said at the start, it's that listening, finding out what's the best way for me to learn, and then nudging you in that direction without telling you.
Yeah. So
sometimes you ask, if you want to ask and say, they will tell you, obviously, but it's having your own. The one said to me, you can come in a lesson with me if you want with one of my pupils, but you need to find your own way. You need to find your own style. You are you and I am me. You cannot do a lesson the way I do a lesson. You're a different person. It's but the same, you've got the same content, but you'll do it in your own way.
Yeah.
I think that was the main thing for me.
All right, Susie, you're going to take the lead on this one then, matey?
Yeah, I'm going to this one.
You promised.
I know.
I'll take the one after that.
Back in the room.
Back in the room. We're just going to do a shout out this time. I'm not going to write anything down. What makes a great trainer? A great driver trainer. So have a shout out. What have you come up with?
Good listener.
Sorry?
A good listener.
Good listener. I love a good listener. Yeah. Anyone who can listen to me, he's got to be a good listener. Yeah. I love a good listener. But on a serious note, listening is one of the most underestimated skills. Yeah? To really listen. To listen to the silences, to understand the meaning, to understand that there's more to listening than just hearing the words. It is a real skill that I will always be working on, because the thing about listening is it requires a lot of energy on behalf of the listener, and your mind will get in the way of your listening because you'll have a thought.
That's true, because if you look at your learners, sometimes they might look confident, but sometimes you can see it in them that there's something amiss. And if you ask them the question, most of the time then they'll open up, and you've identified something, an area of development that they don't feel as confident in. It's what, if you're not listening, you assume that they're fine with.
And that's the thing. If you're not listening, you assume that.
Yeah.
And that skill of being able to listen to someone is really important, because when in listening, the ability just to take, I mean, did anyone notice what I did with Lisa just then? Did anyone notice?
You repeated what she said.
I repeated what she said. Yeah. Which means what? What did I have to do to be able to do that?
I had to listen.
I had to listen, because you can't repeat what somebody says if you don't listen. So if you want to improve your listening skills, just repeating back maybe the last sentence or just something in that sentence to summarize, paraphrase. If you practice doing that, you will automatically improve your listening skills. But also understanding, I think, when are your listening skills most affected? Because this is what helps you be a great trainer. I know when I'm going to suffer with my listening skills. Do you know when that's going to be?
When you're talking.
When I'm talking, yep. When else? What affects your listening skills? Tiredness, yeah. Tiredness affects our listening skill, and that's more likely to happen at the end of a lesson than at the beginning. Also, distractions. So at the end of the lesson, what are you really thinking about?
What you having for
thinking about Facebook.
I need to go to the loo normally.
So exactly. So as soon as other things come in, like we're tired, hungry, need to go to the loo, our listening deteriorates. Understanding that helps us listen better, because we then have to make more effort.
Yeah.
So that's why listening is really an underestimated skill, and it's something that I'm still crap at most of the time. Well, I know when I'm crap in social environments. I'm not too bad in a training environment, but in a social environment, yeah, I have a tendency sometimes just to switch off.
Things can also get lost, I think, when you're trying to put your own point across, when you're trying to explain your own, how do I word it? But if you're trying to put your own spin on something, or you're trying to maybe give an explanation for something, and then the student says something, and then you kind of almost, you don't hear it, you almost dismiss it, but you carry on with what you're saying because you're trying to get your point across.
Yes. Yeah, and that then we're back to that again, aren't we, Z? My point's more important than your point. Yeah. And if we're being client-centered, we would have heard what they said. One of the things that to listen out for in conversations is emotional words, because emotional words will give you an indication of how the client is thinking and feeling. And we don't hear them. If I want to get my point across, Z, yeah, I don't hear the emotion in somebody else.
Yeah.
Because I've stopped listening. So it's something else to worth practicing. Okay. What else did you come across as what makes a great driver trainer?
Well, what we said was, we thought a good driver trainer would be somebody, I mean, the same aspects, same principles of a good instructor.
Okay.
Pretty much. So, making sure that you're setting goals, you're making sure that the structure of the lesson is appropriate for the student, making sure that you're giving timely and effective feedback, giving the student or the trainer an opportunity to assess their own performance throughout the lesson and at the end of the lesson, you know, taking allowing the student to be part of the lesson.
Okay. Really, I'm going to pause you there, because what I'm hearing and what I feel you're saying is allowing the opportunity for great feedback, to get feedback from the student. So feedback is a great driver training skill. And that's something that we should all do within our learners, but it's not, but I think you're right, Z, if we don't listen, it's hard to do feedback. Because if you're going to do feedback, you want to get that feedback from them first. A great method for gaining feedback from the student is scaling.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about scaling is quite often used poorly, and I haven't met an examiner actually who understands scaling, because they haven't been trained in teaching or coaching. They understand that, you know, they think it's all about what number they're going to get to at the end. It's got nothing to do with it whatsoever. But just a brief, if we scale, we should define the scale, and I'll make it easy. We'll just use numbers on a scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being rubbish and 10 being excellent, just for argument's sake. Define the scale. There's other ways of scaling. When they give their scale, get them to evidence their scale. So why did you give yourself a 7? What was so good that you gave yourself a 7? Give me those positives. Okay.
Is that kind of like saying as well to them, how do you think you could get up to a 10? I'm
going to get there.
Okay.
That's coming. That's what the examiners want to do. Yeah. So that development is next, really. So what's in the gap between 7 and 10? What needs to be developed?
Yeah.
And so it may be, what do you need to get to an 8 and not to a 10? It depends on the client. So development. So Lisa, to help you get to that 10, this is crucial. What support do you need from me?
Yeah. Yeah.
How can I help you? Well, it'd be good if you could shut up for 5 minutes, Graham. I'll be able to think and concentrate.
Yeah, what helped Dean for me.
Yeah. Because the problem, I'll be general again, the problem ADIs have is they're serial helpers. And the trouble, because they're with serial helpers, they don't shut up because they think that's helping. But if you actually need someone's brain to work, you have to shut up to allow them to think. Otherwise, they don't learn to think for themselves. So, and the final part maybe is, look, how would you know if you're successful? What would that success look like, feel like, sound like, smell like, taste like to you? And I use those words because, yeah, we can taste the victory. You have the sweet smell of success. So sometimes it's not tangible, is it? You know, what does it look like, taste like? You know, it's always, well, I need to do this, but it's not always. Sometimes it has something else within it, that success, because we use that in language. So that's the way that I would use scaling with a client. And my opinion is not relevant.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to be careful there, because if they say I'm a 4 and you say, yeah, but I think you're a 7, you're telling them that they don't count.
You've blown it, haven't you, John? Just that as soon as you give, and examiners don't understand that. Examiners think if someone says on a scale of 0 to blah, blah, and they go, I'm a 9, yeah, the examiner said, wants you to go, no, you're only a 3. But he doesn't know what's being scaled against what. I mean, the best way to make scaling not fault focused is to scale against performance, scale against effort.
It could also be again. I sometimes find when you say to somebody though, so 0 to 10, where are you? And they say 9 or 10, they get the higher end. and they're beaming with a big smile, I'll generally say, so you're feeling really confident. Because is it always about competence? It might be how they feel. So I'll always say, so you're feeling really confident, because 10 out of 10 means, you know, virtually perfection. They've got nothing else to do and they're only on lesson 4. But you get my meaning. So I sometimes sort of use it as a confidence thing rather.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also 10 out of 10 could be on what they did then.
Yeah.
You see, because what happens is we go 10 out of 10. Well, 10 out of 10, what was in their head?
Yeah.
What we automatically do and the examiners do is scale against the test. Because it was we had that test focus approach. Well, it wasn't 10 out of 10 for the test. No, but it was for me today, that was a 10 out of 10.
I got the car in the bay, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it, nailed it.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, let's get out and have a dance.
Yeah.
I'll say, well, get out and cuddle the car because the car did it for you. Yeah. Yeah, car needs some love. Okay, so we got feedback, we got listening. What else does a great driver trainer need?
You have to be adaptable, as in you have to be flexible to what's going on at that time. So you said about listening, you know, the lesson might be going well, in which case you can develop it further. If it's not going so well, how do you need to help this trainee? What do you need to adapt to? You know, what, like you said about what do they need from you? Because a lot of the time you'll see trainers just like instructors bang on with one thing and they'll just go through and they're not taking into consideration what's happening around them.
So, right, I'm going to sort of try to think, because what I'm looking for here, and I think in some respects, John, to be able to do what you just said, you have to have this. Because if you're going to work on improvement and development, if you're going to talk about stuff that hasn't gone so well, you need to have great rapport.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah. And if you lose the rapport,
you lose the whole lot.
Yep, the whole lot's gone. Yeah. And we've all done it, you know, not unintentionally, we've all lost rapport with our client at some stage or another. It's happened. We didn't mean it. Yeah. But it didn't come, they didn't interpret the way I meant it. Yeah. And we lost rapport. And we never understood, we never find out why we lost rapport either. We have no idea. Yeah. And sometimes we don't even notice that we've lost rapport. And the client's still sulking about it 4 weeks later.
Yeah, I think linked with that, it's the language we use as well. It's like I said, what areas of development do you think, rather than calling it a weakness?
Yeah.
And just making sure that the language that we're using with them is encouraging rather than demeaning.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we're going to go with weaknesses, for argument's sake, sometimes, and I'm talking maybe more PDI training specifically, but it could be with anyone, I might use a SWOT analysis. Do you know what a SWOT analysis is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it gives people to look at, you know, of course, if it's a SWOT analysis, it's a more of a whole thing. So you look at their strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities they've got moving forward, and the threats to those opportunities or that goal. So it gives them an opportunity then to get the weaknesses out without them feeling that they're going to be attacked for their weaknesses. And again, it comes from them. It's a self-evaluation tool. It's useful, and we can work with them on that.
Yeah.
Because we might know actually deep down we know that they've got an issue somewhere. We might go, we might say something like, just for argument's sake, how do you feel about your confidence? You know, it might be a confidence. How do you feel your confidence is going? And if you've got rapport, you can ask that, can't you? If you haven't got rapport, it ain't going to work. It is really important, that rapport, you know, because the thing that we have to have is honesty as well. It's no good. Now, lots of people accuse coaching of being pink and fluffy. As you can see, I'm a really pink and fluffy coach. Yeah. Coaching's about being honest and building a relationship that allows honesty. And so if you have that relationship with someone, you can give them a honest, but it's not fault focused, it's honest. Because it's no good with someone going, wow, I'm brilliant, I'm the best driver ever, I'm taking my test tomorrow, and you're thinking, not in my car, and you go, of course, yeah, you are. Well, that's really not fair on them. Really not fair. And a lot of ADIs struggle with that. Yeah, because you have it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. If any, you can Google that later if you don't know what I'm talking about. But it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, where someone thinks they're far better than what they are. It's the opposite to imposter syndrome. So it's worth exploring that. So we've got rapport, feedback, listening.
Find out how they like to learn, you know.
Yep.
Do they like to read? Do they like to listen to things? Do they like to actually just get on and do it? I know there is kinesthetic, and I can't remember the other ones, but yeah.
Well, you know, visual, audio, kinesthetic.
Visual, audio.
Kinesthetic, read, write. But there's all sorts of different learning styles. I mean, and different learnings, types of learning. They're the ones that basically are human, aren't they? You know, visual, we need to see things. We hear things and speak. We process maybe by hearing and speaking. Most driver training is about doing. So that's why kinesthetic is so important. Read, write is really a Western learning style. That's how we were taught at school, wasn't it? Chalk and talk, read and write, you know, but it's not the only way to learn. You know, you don't, you could become a great cabinet maker, for argument's sake, and never read and write.
I tend to find in the ADI or the PDI world that it's quite overwhelming for PDI when they're hearing the amount of information that they have to impart on the learner driver, or you as their trainee, using the Burke and all the models. So I sometimes find that, you know, the other model is giving them a demonstration, showing them what it sounds like, what it looks like, how it feels, the timing and everything, getting them to analyze what you've done. That sometimes paints that 1,000 words, because then when you get them to do it, they seem to understand, because they don't understand when they're looking at a junction that's about 300 meters away and you're starting the process. They're like, why? It's far too early. And you do it. And they go, oh, I see. And I said, right, if I had 20 miles an hour to do that now, look at the timing. So sometimes demonstrations are really good. I find quite useful.
Yeah, and I think that's where intuition comes in. We intuitively know sometimes what will be best for our client. We intuitively know how our clients are thinking and feeling. We have to be careful with our intuition, and that's why we should check it always. Because I've quite often sat in the back of lessons and watched the ADI or PDI telling the other person what they're thinking and feeling. How? I think that's amazing how you can know that's how somebody's thinking and feeling. You might have an idea, but do you really know? And the other thing is, when you ask them, they lie, little bastards, and don't tell you the truth anyway. So that's where your intuition, you have to read between the lines. That's where the listening comes in. Intuition is a really great skill that we've all got. And we develop that really, I often think, through experience, because the more people we train, the more intuitive we become, because we see things that maybe are repeated, we have repeated behavior, but we've got to be careful we don't jump on the bandwagon, because we don't know what's going on inside people, and people are driven by their thoughts and their feelings. The outcome is their behavior generally, or sometimes the behavior drives the thoughts and feelings. It is all linked. That's why we're full of triangles, Tri-Coaching Partnership. Thoughts, feelings, behavior. It's all linked together. So there is one more great driver training skill that I'm looking for. What is it? I've just used.
But with me, it was letting me find the way myself. I don't know what that would be called.
Listen.
Not telling me.
Okay, not telling. So tell me more about that. Yeah.
It's like going through the process you'd expect somebody to tell you this is what a driving instructor does, but it's getting you to find out without telling you, so letting you find that way by probably nudging you in certain directions, but allowing you to make your own mistakes so that you can learn from them.
Absolutely. So allowing you to make your own mistakes. How has that helped you develop?
Well, I found a way around things by having to research it for myself and really think about it rather than just being told a solution.
Okay. And what resources have you used?
Well, like John said, like demonstrations, people showing me how to do things, watching videos online, sitting in lessons, doing assessments, all sorts of things. And obviously just through experience from.
Okay, thank you, Sue, for participating in that little bit of role play, actually, on my behalf. What was I doing?
Questioning.
Question. Yeah. And then what did I do once I asked a question?
Listened.
Mm.
So it's open-ended questions, isn't it? Open questions.
Open questions.
Okay. And the questions was about who?
Sue.
Yeah. Not about me. Yeah. It was about Sue. I was interested in Sue and what Sue was telling me. And yes, they're open questions. I had to listen to her to ask the next question. So if I don't listen, I kind of, because in sort of going back to PDI training, people will sell books of questions. Yeah. The only question you can ever ask is the question that comes after. You can have that initial first question. I would not have a clue what the next question is going to be, ever.
Till she answered.
Yeah. Unless I have an agenda, which is my agenda and not hers, and then I will know what question to ask, because it will all be related to a topic around junctions. So it will be, for argument's sake, what do these road markings mean? How would you approach this? I haven't listened to her, what she said. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to ask questions about that. Yeah. What if something's coming from the right? How will you deal with something? I don't care what she said. I'm asking these questions because if she answers these questions, I have given her the information required. That's instruction. Q&A.
I had a similar scenario in my PST with the examiner. He did a fault, and then my line of questioning, because I've been conditioned to ask this until I got an answer that was suitable, the lifeline that he threw me was to remind me that you have to ask the questions adequate of their ability as well, because otherwise, why you don't go over the giveaway line or the stop line, because you're going to crash into someone. But I'm almost test ready, so you have to be careful of what questions you're asking at what ability as well.
Absolutely. So there's different levels. And what you said there, which was key, you just carried on asking questions till you got the answer you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you didn't bother listening. Not I'm talking about you personally, but you didn't. This is what happens.
Yeah.
We don't bother listening. We just keep asking the question until we get the answer we want to hear. And on the other scale, we like to ask multiple questions. Yeah, more than one question fired at us at a time.
Yeah.
That my problem is that when someone asks me a question, I start thinking about the first question. They ask me the second question, and then I start thinking. And then when I get to the third question, I haven't heard what they asked anyway, because I'm still now stuck somewhere between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And you can't do it. You have to be patient.
I think that came with structure for me, to learn to teach not for test, but to teach them how to teach rather than the end goal of getting through a test, which is what I felt my training was.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. We've had that. That's lunch. Okay, where's my timings? Okay, so these skills is not only what makes a great driver trainer, it's what makes a great coach. Rapport, feedback, listening, questioning, intuition. These are the 5 essential coaching skills, really. And that's what you need as a great trainer. There is plenty of other stuff that you need, knowledge, understanding, etc. But these are the 5 essential skills. These are the skills that you want to teach your PDI to develop. Because if they develop their skills, they'll be able to teach any learner. Okay, now then, let's have a look. All right, now I'm going to go through the model for goal setting and risk management. And when I finish that, we're going to take a break. If you've got any questions around this model on goals for goal setting and risk management, jot it down as I go, because I'm just warning you now, once I start speaking, I'm not going to shut up, and I'm going to condense this. This can sometimes take me 2 hours to do. I'm going to try to condense this into under 10 minutes.
Talk very fast.
Yeah, got to talk very fast. Okay, so here we go. A model for goal setting and risk management. It all starts with us. The instructor input is about our instructor input allowing us to manage the risk so that they can achieve the goal. It is all about the goal. Now, normally I harp on about Chelsea at that point, but we have no inability to score.
You're not really managing that right now.
No, that's rubbish. No, we're rubbish. Absolutely. So, instructor input is about helping the client reach their goal. So, learning takes place when the lesson is well planned so that people achieve goals. So, we should identify the learner's goals, agree the structure, confirm suitable practice areas, and adapt the lesson plan if necessary. Now, I think adapting the lesson plan if necessary is the bit that most people get caught up with, and I will come back to that maybe a little bit more in detail. But a useful way for checking someone's goal is it smart? Is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it achievable? Is it realistic? And is it time-based? So with that, for argument's sake, sometimes people come up with big goals. So we're on lesson 2 and we say we ask the question, what do you want to focus on today? And they go, dual carriageways, the 70-mile-an-hour ones. And so you can say, okay, that's a great goal to have. Okay, so let's have a look at what skills you've got so far. What did we do last week? Oh, we did moving off and stopping. Okay, so what skills do you think you need to be able to go onto a dual carriageway? And so then we can do maybe a mind map and get them to write down all those skills, and then we can start to work on bite-sized chunks towards the big goal. So we have bite-sized chunks, little goals to achieve the big goal, and all the time they're smart. And so we use SMART as a checklist for us to train. Is this goal for the lesson specific enough? Is it measurable? Is it achievable? Is it realistic? Is it timely? And of course, if we broke that down small enough, then we will fit it into the time of the lesson. Also, we must realise that with goals can be achieved in 5 minutes. They're not bog standard, have to be achieved in an hour. So we can have more goals in a lesson than just one. So levels of instruction. Generally speaking, we work on 3 levels: guided, which is talk through; prompted, which is Q&A; and independent, which is when we've got to zip it, Zebedee. So to manage the risk, and this is the bit that I think John was touching on earlier, we need to share the responsibility for risk with the pupil, with the client. Ultimately, that starts on the very first lesson by raising their awareness that if they're behind the steering wheel, they are the responsible for the car. Regardless of how much experience they've got, it is ultimately their responsibility, but you're going to share some of that risk so that they're not going to get into any trouble. And then you've got to balance that up all the time. So to be able to manage the risk, we need to give clear and well-timed directions and instructions. So that's about you know, and you can experiment with this. With PDIs, I experiment with giving them instructions too late to give me or too early. Yeah. So, and it also then depends on the level of the learner or the level of your client, how soon or late you give those directions and instructions, because some people can interpret things easier than others. You must observe the pupil and the surroundings. PDI's biggest failing is observing the pupil. They observe the surroundings, they sit next to the pupil and drive the car. They haven't got no idea what the pupil's doing. All the problems will come from the pupil. So they need to be aware of what's going on. I would use the 80-20 rule. I like the Pareto principle in lots of things. The 80-20 rule is 80% of the time observing the pupil, only 20% of the time observing the surroundings. That's the same in conversations as well. To manage the risk, you need to know when to step in verbally or physically appropriately. Now, what happens is that we're trying to manage the risk to achieve the goal. So for argument's sake, the goal could be to take the space at a roundabout. That's the goal of the lesson. To help achieve that, to get there, to get to the roundabout, we might have to go through a couple of roads where meeting traffic situations are prominent. We should talk them through the meeting traffic situations so that we don't have to adapt the lesson plan, because otherwise, if they're not up to those meeting traffic situations, they're going to get problems. So we should make sure that there is no problems on the way to the location, the practice areas that we've chosen to help them achieve the goal. Now, adapting the lesson plan to achieve the goal might mean that when we get to these roundabouts, for argument's sake, they're having problems actually pulling away. They're stalling. Yeah. So to adapt the lesson plan to achieve the goal, we actually should go somewhere quiet. They don't normally stall, but the pressure's getting to them. We should go somewhere they're quiet where they can practice racing starts, where they can practice moving away briskly, so we can come back and transfer that new skill or that skill into those situations and build their confidence. That's adapting the lesson plan, not going back to doing meeting traffic. That was your fault because you chose a poor route that they couldn't cope with. But you must give sufficient feedback for any safety critical incidents. That's also potential safety critical incidents. So if they pull out of a junction without looking and it was safe, that was a potential safety critical incident. They must be given feedback about that. Maybe you were letting them have a go and it was okay and you knew it was safe for them to go. You must give them feedback that it wasn't actually safe. The core competencies, we touched on them earlier: identify faults, analyze faults, and rectify faults is still in use. We have to have that ability, because if we can't see the problem coming, we've got a problem. I call it my spider sense. I already know it's going wrong 10 seconds before it's gone wrong normally. Your job is to manage that. So to complete the triangle, the input is based on achieving the goal, managing the risk so that pupil can achieve the goal. It is all about the goal of the lesson. Teaching and learning strategies should be suiting the teaching style to the pupil's level of ability. We should be encouraging the pupil to analyse problems and take responsibility. So that's where scaling would come in, for argument's sake. Using opportunities to clarify the goal. So what I mean by clarifying the goal, so if we're doing roundabouts and we're doing that taking the space, we're not using the opportunity if someone did a right corner cut to go, look at him cutting that corner. You shouldn't do it. You should do it this way. Got nothing to do with the goal. You might take the opportunity. Did you notice how quickly that car accelerated safely away from that into that space? That's an opportunity to clarify the goal. Or did you notice that vehicle pull away and cause the other vehicles to slow down? That's an opportunity to clarify the goal. Our information, we should be comprehensive, appropriate and accurate. There is really no excuse for us not to know driving the essential skills and the highway code. No excuse for us. We should know that inside and out. We need to know when to give appropriate and timely feedback. That's often can be set up. So I'd like you to, for argument's sake, we've agreed that you're going to have 2 attempts at the roundabout, and then we're going to pull over and give feedback. We've agreed that before we start, so that we can move on and analyse anything that's happened, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent. Giving appropriate and timely feedback is around the goal, not around the faults. We shouldn't really allow the faults to happen if they're outside the goal. We can allow faults to happen inside the goal, but not outside the goal. Following up and answering pupils' queries. Okay, for me, quite often people will ask questions which are completely not relevant to the goal. This is what I do then. I cross my fingers and I say I will deal with that a little bit later in the lesson when we've got a chance to do so. It's not relevant to what we're doing. If it's relevant, then I must deal with it. But sometimes they ask things that are not relevant. And if it's not relevant, that doesn't mean to say I'm not going to answer it. I must answer it. So I find myself, I will cross my fingers. And then when I stop, I go, well, I've got my fingers crossed. There must be yeah, I've got it. I need to, you were taught we were doing, and you started asking questions about pedestrian crossings. Okay, what do you need to, I didn't understand. Okay, what I'm going to give you is do this homework between now and next week. We'll come back and discuss it. I might have some notes. So when they come back, did you do that homework on pedestrian crossings? Did it answer blah, blah, blah? So, but we have to follow up and answer pupils' queries. Maintain appropriate non-discriminatory manner. Probably my biggest weakness, because I was brought up on a North London council estate, and unfortunately sometimes you can take the person out the North London council estate, but it comes with you. So my language can be a little bit colloquial at times. So I'm aware of that, but I've spent 63 years developing it, so it's hardly going to go away now. Encouraging reflection at the end. What went well? What didn't go so well? What would you like to improve? Can you fill out this action plan, either verbally or in writing? Must have a reflective process. You must be encouraging your PDIs to have a reflective process. If you're not having a reflective process in your lessons now, then start, because you've got to lead by example. Okay, and that, in a nutshell, is the model of goal setting and risk management. Wow, I don't know how long that took, but that was there is loads I can pad that out with, but the nutshell is we're looking after the goal and we're managing the risk. So what I want to do is I want to give you a 10-minute break now. Actually, you've been really good. I'll give you 11 minutes. Okay, and ask me any questions about it. It's a little bit of time to cogitate on the goal setting and risk management, and I'll start the next session by asking questions about it.
Are you off?
Okay, see you in 11.
I'm going to leave about quarter. It's okay, don't worry. I'm leaving in about 10 minutes. It's real cold.
So I got something that can be minimized. Recording.
Yeah.
Check what he's going to do.
No, it's okay. I'm going to go in.
No.
I don't know what I was going to do. I was just sitting there for a bit. There's no point. I'm going to leave in 5 minutes. So I just I have to get my son in school.
Oh, my mum's in answer.
No.
Good one.
It's
So,
just my
good one.
how's your course going? I didn't know you had to talk to them and interact with them and be a live Zoom session.
Yeah, it's all interactive. It's actually very good. It's good that it is interactive.
I could hear them saying, do I need this one? And you were like, you need this one, I'll do the next one. Obviously this guy's too good, let's get him to do the whole course for us. We do you. Stop it. Stop it.
Okay.
I had my glasses on when I was praying because my head was hurting me. I think it's because I wasn't using my glasses maybe. Why is the light on in this room? It has absolutely no necessary there, Paul.
It is.
It's not.
Necessary.
Not necessary.
Where are you going?
5 minutes.
Are you going with the blanket? You want to get rid of the blanket? Really?
No, I'm gonna literally go in 5 minutes.
What up?
I thought I'd sit with you for 5 minutes, but you're going upstairs to break. Silly crap. Go, go. Go, go, go.
It's just.
Hi, Graham.
I've just answered you.
Yeah, sorry. It's just that I need to leave 15 minutes earlier. One of our dogs passed away and we need to take her to the crematorium, and they just phoned today.
No problem.
To
I
say
sent you a
the
message.
time I get there.
Yeah, I sent you a message in chat, Michael.
Thank you very much, Graham.
Okay. Yeah, you just need to, you'll just miss the summary. Just need to fill out your action plan for next session based on today's training.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, they're coming back. See, I'm lucky. I didn't bother going making my cup of tea because I'm going to shove you all in a breakout room shortly, and I shall then go downstairs and make myself a cup of tea. So, okay, still got some missing. Who's off screen? Gary and oh no, Gary's back. Just see. Okay, I'm going to start. Just a general question, really, to anyone who wants to answer it. Your thoughts on the model of goal setting and risk management, please. Go on, be brave.
I like the SMART, you know, the SMART analogy, the specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timed. And I think again, it's probably something that I'm not going to just apply to training, but also in my lessons as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You know, like you explained, it's good. You know, as you say, you know, they're on their second lesson and they want to do dual carriageway. It's like, well, realistically, do you think that's possible? So yeah, I think
And what was interesting there, Susie, is your face said it all.
No.
Yeah, and that's something that we've got to be careful of as trainers, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's that our face will say it all. Mm-hmm. And even though we don't we don't feel like we meant it.
Yeah.
That makes our face do things. Yeah. There's a great Paul Ekman, Would You Lie to Me? I find body language really, really interesting. Really interesting. And it's something that I'm still studying. It's not always right, it's not always accurate, and we're better at body language intuitively, and generally speaking, women are better at it than men. And the theory that goes along those lines comes through having a more nurturing nature. So they tend to spend more time studying people's faces. Generalistic thing. Yeah, I just let my feminine side out. Okay. So any other thoughts? Someone's got SMART out, the goal setting and risk management. What about adapting the lesson plan? Because I know that's the bit that ADIs struggle with the most.
Yeah, sometimes the difference between adapting it because it's goal related or adapting it because something's come up and knowing, you know, whether to go off on a tangent, or is it in fact going off on a tangent?
Well, it depends. There's no black and white answer to this. The thing is, though, what I will say is, if it's adapting the lesson plan because something came up outside the goal, usually means that you're not managing the risk properly. It's usually your fault. Yeah,
I'm not saying it would be my fault. It's just I've let it happen. Now, do I deal with it, or do I mark that? Next lesson we'll deal with not going so close to trucks. Yeah. Today we're looking at traffic lights.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anything else out of that model?
I think one of the things I'll take from that is to really enhance with a PDI is to, faults within the goal, you said, fine. but to help them really, really understand what they need to do to avoid the faults outside the goal to get the pupil from test centre to, say, the roundabout in a safe manner, whether that's with instruction or Q&A, so that they can solely focus on the goal. That's gold.
And what also happens, John, is sometimes the problem is around the goal not being correct in the first place. So for argument's sake, on that bit from the test centre to doing the goal, they actually haven't got the necessary skills to achieve the goal in the first place. You know, so, you know, I used that analogy of like they couldn't take the space. Well, I wouldn't have taken them to do taking the space at the roundabout if they couldn't move away properly. But you know what happens is sometimes they can move away, but then the situation, they lack the confidence or the stress. And of course, they just want to launch the clutch up quickly or floor the accelerator, or, you know, and forget to steer at the same time because it's a roundabout, you know, because they can't get beyond, well, it might be steer. It could be that, yeah, they can take away the space. What they can't do is accelerate and steer. Because, you know, learners don't want to do lane one, don't you? You know, lane twos, they're all, you know, steer around a roundabout. No, they're advanced drivers already, straight line them. Right? The only thing is they don't mean to straight line it. They just cut up the vehicle and they're offside. Yeah. So, yes, it's definitely understanding that what you've just said is managing the faults within the goal and managing the faults outside the goal are completely different, because you can allow them to make mistakes within the goal if, and this is the key word, it's safe to do so. As long as you've agreed it, you know, have a go at this, you know, look, I'm going to allow you to just have a go. The only time I'm going to interfere is if there's an element of danger. Then I will. So that may well mean, just for argument's sake, it could be the turn of the road, completely empty road. They don't bother to look at all, and they do it all. We've allowed them to do it all without looking because they were having a go. We then must deal with the potential safety critical of the fact they didn't look in the first place. But if we then go, if we say, "Oh, John, you can have a go at this turn in the road," and they go to, "No, hang on a minute. You haven't done your blind spots. No, hang on a minute. You've got to check the other blind spot. No, hang on a minute. What's going to happen to the client?" So we need to make sure that we can manage that risk. It's, you know, we can't say, all right, on the other scale, say, oh, have a go. There's a truck coming and they're going. Well, then we have to manage the risk and step in.
But I think on the other side of that as well, though, is like, for example, what I was saying earlier about being quite goal specific, you can be quite blinkered. So if they, you know, for example, we might come out of test and come up to a slight hill at a T-junction, do a slight hill start. Now, you can make your life really easy by knowing, if you really know, you know, teach your PDI to know your pupil really well, and you know, actually, do you know, on this hill start, I'm not too sure whether it's going to go particularly well. They might roll back to their nerves. I start helping them with it.
Yep.
Then that's, you know, that's less for me to, where a lot of PDIs fail on the whole adapt the lesson because they haven't dealt with it. They've avoided that from happening. So I thought that was a really good thing of thinking about that, because they do leave. That's what I was saying about the goal specific, is they think so much about the goal they forget to deal with anything in between. And just what you said there about avoid any faults outside the goal means know your pupils. If you know there's going to be an issue with the hillside, if you know there's going to be an issue with meeting the traffic, help them deal with it. So all you have to deal with is the goal.
Yep, absolutely. And that could come knock on into route planning. Choose a route that they can cope with, so that they can achieve the goal. Don't choose a route that they can't cope with. You know, you're right, John. Know their strengths and weaknesses, because you can't teach everything at once, but we've got to do bite-sized chunks. We now need to work out what's the most important stepping stone. What's the foundation to get to the next one? So, good. Okay, I'm going to move on. We're going to look at role play scenarios. I know you love them. but we're going to start to enjoy role play, because we're going to start to think about doing role play that will help the client learn something, not role play to destroy them. So this is what I'm going to give you. We've had that. Okay, so I want you to discuss how to deliver a session to a PDI on giving appropriate and timely feedback using Crossroads as the platform. You might want to make a note of this next slide. So what I want you to think about is what will form the goal of the session, how will you determine the structure of the session, how will you use the platform to help the PDI achieve the goal, how might you need to adapt the lesson plan to ensure the PDI achieves the goal, and what might you have to do to manage the risk. So you're going to create a lesson. Now, I'm going to give you liability to make things up, please. At the level of the PDI, the level of the learner, etc. The most important thing to start off with is to get the goal correct. So I'm going to put you in the rooms for, what's the time now? Let me have a look. Yeah, I'm going to put you in the rooms for 25 minutes.
Graham, sorry, would you mind just putting those questions back up? My phone
Yeah,
was
I will
playing
do.
out.
I'm just thinking about Michael. Okay, Michael, you're going to disappear, aren't you? So thank you for your input. I'll see you next week.
Okay, thank you.
But you're going to the breakout rooms now.
Sure.
But just disappear.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Lisa, I want you to put that bit up again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's better. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you, I've changed my mind. I'm going to give you 20 minutes. Okay.
Well, that's better. Hi.
All right then.
Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my. There we go.
So I hope I've picked this up correctly. We've created a role play as if we are training somebody as a PDI.
Yeah.
And they're going to be providing feedback on Crossroads.
Yes. So discuss how to deliver a session to a PDI on giving appropriate and timely feedback using Crossroads. Oh God. Okay. So
if you are the trainer.
So the first thing that you said there was get the goal correct. So what is the goal that we're looking for?
The goal is they're teaching somebody in Crossroads.
That's the context, isn't it? But the goal is focused on appropriate and timely feedback.
So the PDI's goal is feedback, appropriate and timely feedback.
Yeah. So the goal.
Give people feedback. It's funny thinking about it a step away.
Yeah.
It's like teaching somebody to teach somebody. It's like, okay, I know how I would do it if I'm teaching somebody, but I have to think about teaching somebody who's teaching. So,
yeah. So what will form the goal of the session?
Okay.
Are we going to have to like do this as like a role play when we go back, or
I think
this is what?
I think we just kind of
I think it's just an outline, but I'm not sure.
Right.
He didn't say that. He just
No.
so
put
if
a
so
scenario together.
if we break that goal down,
Mhm.
what does it mean to give a pupil appropriate and timely feedback?
Yeah.
So firstly, make sure it's
Appropriate.
appropriate. Does that mean specific to the goal?
Mhm.
I think so, yes, I would say so.
Okay, so
So therefore, if depending on what the actual goal was they were giving their pupil as regards Crossroads,
specific to achieving the goal.
for example, could be things to do with lane choice, traffic lights, traffic gears,
Mhm.
looking at road signs. Could be all these things, couldn't it? That they would need to give the pupil advice on.
Mhm.
So that would be the appropriate, and timely would be when.
Yeah, so it's giving it at the right time, isn't it? It's
So whether it's
on the move.
that involved doing
Yeah.
a briefing beforehand to agree when they're going to give the feedback, while they're on the go. It depends what the level of the pupil is.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'd sometimes do is I ask the student, I ask, would you be happy for us to discuss things while we're on the move, or would you prefer
Yeah.
for us to kind of pull in a safe place and discuss it in more detail?
Mhm.
It could be after like a few, we'll do 10 minutes or five minutes of going through Crossroads, and then we'll pull up and
Yeah.
chat about it. I'm assuming this is going to be a PDI and a trainer and not actually a physical pupil. It's a
Yeah.
role play scenario, so it's not. So we need to agree that the PDI will be
What will form the goal of the session? I'm still stuck on the first one. What will form the goal of the session?
so the PDI's goal is to be able to tell the pupil what's feedback
Mhm.
and how they're dealing with Crossroads at a good time, and it's got to be appropriate.
Mhm.
And then it would be, how are we going to do that?
Yeah.
So how would you do that?
Very good. Very good. You're halfway there already. Um, well, I think the timely it depends on the kind of feedback you're having to give. If it's safety critical,
Good
then
point.
then I guess you'd have to the feedback then would need to be more immediate.
Mhm.
Um,
So it would be like an immediate label pull up and we'll chat about it.
yeah, I guess so. I'm just trying to, because I'm just a little bit confused as to how they want us to actually do they want us to imagine we're role playing that we're the student and the PDI is the trainer?
I imagine
That's what I'm worried. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know
yes.
how we have to present this back.
I think when he
need to be
says
writing a role play
play,
here,
if the
or
PDI is to give the pupil the feedback, then the PDI is a trainer and we're pretending to be the pupil.
Mm.
Would that make sense?
Mm.
Because the PDI is to give the pupil feedback, so the PDI must be we must be the pupil.
Mhm.
Mm. So I suppose
Or
that the timely part is going to be dependent upon the student's ability, whether or not they can they can absorb information and they can have a conversation while they're on the move. So I think that's the timely part.
Yeah.
Because that's the goal. So how do you determine the structure of the session?
Again, I keep picking up this thing on my phone. Fill this.
How will you give?
How
How
will
will
you
you use the
determine the
platform to
structure?
help the PDI achieve the goal?
Okay, so the structure would be, you would agree, need to be the route
Yes.
and the time, like the timings, as in how long you're going to do this for and where you're going to do it. I would imagine.
So route planning.
So the area and your time scale.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go back to your SMART thing, the specific goal is that we're going to be giving, I'm going to be the pupil and you're going to tell me at the right time feedback on crossroads. To make how we're going to measure it is we're going to do I don't know, 3 crossroads and then stop. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Stop and review. And by the end of it, you'll be giving the people feedback at the right time. So that'd be the achievable part.
Would structure also encompass the sharing of responsibility as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So risk management. Or sharing, yeah.
So we're assuming that the PDI's pupil is part trained because they're going to be dealing with crossroads, so they must be
Yeah.
at least be able to drive.
Yeah.
So that was the goal. So I've lost my thing again. So structure. How will you use the platform to help PDI achieve the goal?
Well, you'd have to go through a process of, if you're playing the role of the student, then once you've agreed all point 1 and 2, then the next thing would be to actually carry out or to attempt to try and achieve that goal. You've got to go and attempt at crossroads, haven't you?
Yeah.
So 3 is, it must be the practical aspect of actually attempting. Okay, or
how to use the platform.
And specifically, as the people, we would need to agree whether I know if I'm totally competent at traffic lights and I totally know how to go through junctions and I know what lane to pick, or do I not really? Is this the first time I've done it and I'm not sure of what lane I need to be in? Are they going to read the road signs? Am I going to read the road signs?
yeah, I think that
Is it just directions? So all that would be this physical how you're going to do it, isn't it?
yeah, so that would be, I think, sharing responsibility, risk
Yeah.
management. Practicing the platform, the crossroads, I think would naturally be the next part, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Do you think we need to include at some point, if you were training somebody to be a instructor, like would they be, as part of their structure, would they be given as a briefing as a pupil, like checking our knowledge about crossroads?
Yeah.
If I was a role player, expecting them to ask me questions about crossroads and what I know about them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that comes. I mean, all that also, because from speaking to another instructor, I mean, I was talking about the brief, and I
Okay.
watched some videos, and even and that also forms part of your risk management, because
Yeah.
you're preempting a lack of knowledge.
Yeah. That's a good word.
I think you need to look.
So for number 3, practice a platform and then give the PDI the opportunity to carry out the structure which
practice it,
which
yeah.
they agreed.
And I suppose we might be putting in, if we were going to be doing something wrong, as in picking the wrong lane, not putting a signal on, that type of thing, that would be our role to, as a pupil, to do that, wouldn't it?
Excuse me.
Specific.
Sorry, just repeat that again.
No, I'm just thinking about, do we need to say anything about as the role play pupil for the PDI? Do we need to say, or if we don't need to go into that much detail, it's more about the outline. It's not like what we're actually going to be doing, like as in I'm going to put the wrong signals on or.
I don't know. I
The
think
PDI's goal is to get the feedback at the right time.
Yeah.
So therefore you would practice it, and then if they were late giving you feedback, so that meant you didn't negotiate the crossroads correctly, or they gave you the feedback too late, you'd need to repeat that. You need to stop and review that, and then repeat it so that they actually learn how soon they would have to give you the information, so that you could achieve your goal.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting mixed up with the pupil's goal and the PDI's goal.
See, to be honest, I think because it's not really been made clear what we're actually doing for this part. Like, who are we? Are we being the role of the trainer for a PDI, or are we the PDI?
I think we are the trainer, but we are pretending to be the pupil.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's the PDI that's got the goal, not the pupil.
Yeah. So I think we should focus more on the PDI's.
Sorry, am I confusing things?
The PDI's goals more than the pupil's
That's
goal.
it. Yes.
So how might you need to adapt the lesson plan to ensure the PDI achieves the goal? I mean, the effectiveness of the feedback may not be appropriate. You know, they may give feedback which is not necessarily linked to the goal or is safety critical.
Yeah.
Or it might be that they perhaps haven't gone through the stages of identification, understanding the fault, and the remedial action. So they may not have. The feedback may be incomplete, potentially, or it may not contain the correct information, or the knowledge of the PDI may not be up to scratch in the area of the platform.
Yeah.
So the
they may not know enough about the actual
subject
subject.
matter. But then how would you need to adapt the lesson plan to ensure the PDI achieves the goal?
Like questions
at
feedback, or you could come out of role, or you could get them. You could then do a demonstration.
Yeah, so feedback may not be complete, and so perhaps, you could come out of role and then maybe do a bit of question and answer.
Yeah, come out of role and doing Q&A and Q&A, PDI.
Because it was timely feedback, isn't it? Timely and appropriate feedback. So it has to be. So it could be that they haven't given feedback at the agreed time. So perhaps it was like, right, we'll have a go at this crossroads, and then we'll pull in, and then we'll do a review, and we'll do some feedback. But it might be that they've perhaps taken they've done one crossroad, then done a second one, perhaps, and the feedback wasn't done at the agreed time, potentially.
So it's either not as agreed, or it could also possibly be that it's not, like you say, it's not in time for the pupil to respond.
Mhm.
You know, like they might say, okay, we're coming up to this crossroads and we're going to be turning right. What lane do you need? But it might not say it in time. So the person's in the left lane and the right at the traffic lights now, so they can't change lanes.
Yeah.
So that needs to be,
They may not
if
give
they're
it.
not, if they're not
Yeah.
selecting the correct lane early enough, it needs to be more timely.
Mm.
So we might need to discuss when would be a better time to mention that. So we need to discuss when.
Yeah. So timing of instructions, then that would be something that you'd have to go
Yeah.
back and discuss.
Mhm.
But keeping with what he was mentioning earlier,
Mhm.
I think mentioning faults which are not specific to the goal. Now, timing of instructions, that might be something that you might want to discuss afterwards, possibly, or at a later point, potentially. But the fault would need to be linked to the goal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
I mean, if the goal is about timely and appropriate feedback, then if you're asking them to do something late, then it's relevant to the goal.
I think feedback
If
is.
your direction is late.
I think that, yeah, potentially, but I think the feedback is
Is that this once you've done it?
it's kind of once they've done it and having and then
Yeah.
almost reviewing what's happened.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I would say it's either going to be the feedback's not appropriate or it's not complete, or they've not given the student an opportunity, for example, to reflect on their own performance, and then that will perhaps be where you maybe come out of role. Do we using a bit of question and answer, maybe even using what Susie said as almost do a demonstration. Wow, is that 20 minutes already?
Oh my goodness, surely not.
Bloody hell.
Gosh, it can't possibly be 20 minutes. That felt like 10 minutes. That felt like 5.
Was that really 20 minutes?
Goes.
Uh-oh.
Especially you're having fun.
Yeah, well, that must have been it, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I've got some questions for you. But you should hopefully be able to answer these questions. First question is: there's certain people who know they shouldn't answer this question. So for the rest of you, what will form the goal of the session?
Is it what you mentioned, to give appropriate and timely feedback?
Ka-ching. It is to give appropriate and timely feedback. Absolutely. That will be the goal of the lesson. Did anyone not get that? I'm not asking any names. Just
That's what they said.
Yeah. Okay. So, how will you determine the structure of the session?
Is it by previous experience
Okay.
and knowledge? How much they know?
Okay. Absolutely. How much they know about what exactly?
Crossroads.
No.
Or the subject.
What's the goal?
Feedback.
Yeah. It's not how much knowledge they've got about the topic. It's how much they've got about giving appropriate and timely feedback. It's quite challenging for us when we switch from being learner driver trainers to ADI trainers. We end up still teaching our PDIs as though they're learner drivers and start teaching them crossroads. They should know everything they know about crossroads. Should. I know that's a loose word, should, but generally speaking, they've all gained a driving license and they will know what a crossroad looks like. Yes, there may be some technical information like they may not understand what near side to near side and offside to offside is. They know what it is, but they may not understand the language. So remember, we're not teaching them to drive. Why are you laughing, Susie?
Because I think, yeah, I know that's why Sue's laughing as well, because that was the way we were approaching it. That was the way we were looking at it. Well, certainly I was.
Not on
And
your
it's
own.
just trying to get your head round. No,
Who
that's
am
not
I?
good.
You're teaching someone to be a driving instructor.
Yeah.
They've already got a driving
Nearly
license.
bust my brain.
Sorry?
It nearly bust my brain.
Yeah, no, this is the most, honestly, this is really, really, it's so simple, yet so challenging for us to shift away from what we do day in, day out.
So would the questions be based around then when would be appropriate for feedback and when wouldn't be?
Yeah.
What would they deem unsafe?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How would they deliver feedback? How would they elicit feedback?
Right.
Yeah. When is it paramount to use feedback? Yeah. Good. This is really big. That is really, really big. So what's great is if you didn't get it, yes, because that means you have a great learning opportunity now. Yeah. This is why actually mistakes are to be there to be celebrated, because every mistake is actually a learning opportunity.
Learning,
And that's what we want to help. So instead of being fault focused, we're celebrating the fact that people make mistakes, and that gives them an opportunity to learn. How would you use the platform to help the PDI achieve the goal?
I mean, would you role play as the trainer, the role of the student?
Yeah.
And allow the PDI to play the role of the trainer. Do whatever you need to do to manage the crossroads, and then give the PDI the opportunity to then give you feedback in how they deem to be appropriate and timely.
Yeah, absolutely. You could be really nasty and do one of my great role play things for feedback is to do it all perfectly. It absolutely blows PDIs out the water. Because, as we discovered earlier, that actually we can give positive feedback. We can give feedback about what went well. It's unbelievable how so many of us only want to give fault-focused feedback. It's interesting. So you can sometimes, I don't do it. I tend to start off maybe with putting in something that the PDI can give me feedback on. Yeah. So it might be, and also I might have to think about, depending on my area, but also sometimes sometimes you can't help traffic situations. It can be too quiet, it can be too busy. So I might say, for argument's sake, it's in a busy area. I didn't want it to be busy. Oh, is it okay to pull out in front of this truck now? But I verbalized the danger. I didn't pull out. So using my verbalization skills in role to give the PDI something to feedback on. How might you need to adapt the lesson plan to ensure the PDI achieves the goal?
You could possibly swap places, come out a role and do a demonstration, depending on that's what they want, if they think it would help.
Yeah, definitely. You could, sometimes allow the PDI to be the learner. And then you can manage that. I think one of the things which actually just sprang into mind with role play, if I'm role playing, under no circumstances can my PDI use the dual controls unless I've had a heart attack or passed out, or it's been agreed and we're in a suitable place where that's allowed, because they will kill you. You'll get rear-ended if you allow them to use the bloody dual controls.
Oh, okay, so you would identify at the start that it was going to be a topic that could cover that where they would be able to physically intervene.
Well, that physical intervention, it depends on the level of my PDI. It is rare for me to allow the PDI to use dual controls on the main roads in this country.
It's as you said earlier, sorry, Graham, it's very key to communicate those dual controls, like you said, is I put in my word picture, as you're saying there will be there may be situations today where you might need to use the dual controls or intervene. If you do, if the situation arises, please do, because if you don't communicate that, you could come up to a junction thinking, yeah, I can go, and they go flying out and something happens, but vice versa. So if you haven't communicated it, they apply them, cause major incident.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I usually go somewhere like if I'm doing a lesson on dual controls or the use of instructors use of controls, I usually go somewhere like I don't know, a supermarket, car park, but where it's quite reasonably quiet, and I can actually do stuff which is relatively dangerous, but allow them to use the dual controls. But it's safe still. So I will crash into the odd shopping trolley, not really. But it gives them an opportunity, if I go at the shopping trolley as though I'm going to kill it, for them to use the dual controls, still allowing me enough time to stop. When they allow me to smash all the shopping trolleys in Tesco's for 30 yards, and I think, would you do this in your own car? Because this is the problem with role play. They don't get it. So you have to learn to manage that role play. And one of the things I do is I say to them, right, your role play, you're now the best driving instructor in the world. So I don't allow them to be them. I can allow them to change their persona. And if you allow them to change their persona, it takes away some of that, them making a mistake. Because that's what they're worried about, making a mistake. You know this from your learners. They're worried about making a mistake, not about having a go. And of course, what happens is if you don't allow them to make mistakes, they get fearful of making a mistake, and then they won't have a go. And of course, then they're making a mistake simply by not having a go. It's full of irony. So how might you need to adapt the lesson plan to ensure the PDI achieves the goals? Yes, you might want to change the role play scenarios around. Is a good way of doing that. And finally, what might you have to do to manage the risk? I think we're already touching on that.
Intervene yourself.
Yeah, intervene yourself. Make sure you've clearly set it up before you start. That is the key. It's no different to a lesson. Make sure you've clearly set up how you're managing the risk and how you might change that risk as you go along. So in other words, give the PDI more responsibility. So I might, if I'm confident, allow the PDI to use the dual control in some circumstances, but I've got to be extremely confident in my PDI to do that. Because one thing you can't do is stop someone braking. Once they've got the foot on the brake and you want to go, you know the lorry's going to crash into the back of you and they won't take their foot off the bloody brake. So you've got to be really, really careful because you may just need to pull forward a yard. I had a situation in the past where we were going to parallel park. We were going to park into a bay and the car opposite started to pull out the bay. Yeah. And the PDI wouldn't take his foot off the brake because he could see it coming and braked. I couldn't then move the car and the car reverse T-boned me straight into me. I was very frustrated. I could say this.
Yeah.
But, that's what you got insurance for. So, role play. Role play can be really light. It doesn't have to be hard role play. It can be really, really light. And it should be managed. And what I will say to most of you is that I would probably not do anything in role play for longer than 5 minutes. if you're doing any sort of test focused role play assessment, then I would suggest 20 minutes is your max. It is really, really draining, really, really challenging. And you need to have your head in 3 places. You need to be the driver, looking after the vehicle. You need to be the trainer, looking after the PDI. And then you need to be, say, the learner driver, or you're role playing. You're juggling 3 things. It's cognitive overload. So if you're going away and practicing your role play, bite-sized chunks. Do it for a minute. Just do 1 exercise. Don't pile it on and pile it on. You need to learn as well. Okay. Any questions? Okay, we're coming to the end. I'm going to go round the room and I'm going to ask you from this afternoon session to give me something that you've got out this afternoon session, please. Okay, I'm going to start at the top corner with Sue Yates.
That last bit, if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
that
Okay.
we've been talking about in the group. Yeah.
Okay. What specifically was that then, Sue? What did you get?
I didn't get it right, what you asked everyone. So that's been a massive learning opportunity for me. So that's something that I'll have to work on.
Okay, brilliant. That's great. A massive learning opportunity.
Yeah.
Good. Lisa.
The same, to be honest. It's readjusting my mindset to not be an ADI teaching a learner, but a trainer teaching a PDI.
Okay. Yeah, mindset is king.
Yeah.
Or queen, or whatever gender you want to be, because I could get that wrong. Yeah. Jamie.
Yeah, same thing as well. When you're teaching learners, it's totally different to teaching a driver, isn't it? Yeah, just readjusting as well. Thinking differently the way I'm doing it.
Okay, good. John.
A couple of things really. I enjoyed the positive feedback when you pulled over. I like that. The avoiding faults outside the goal, definitely be a bit more aware of that in my PDI training. And also, like you said, there's something for me to really question myself is, do I spend too much time in role? Because I do sometimes, I get bored of it sometimes being in role. So maybe I'm in role too long. Maybe bring it down more into 10 or 15 minutes on a specific thing.
Yeah,
would be better. I'll definitely be looking at between now and next week.
John, if you go to do your audit, obviously they want to see you in role.
Yeah, an hour.
But that's different. That's different. But in training, you don't want to be in role all the time. It's too wary on your PDI.
Yeah, I've got quite a few this between now and next week, so I'm going to try that. I'm going to bring it down to more not being in role quite so long and see what difference that makes.
Yeah, and then you can see what the feedback from them then.
Yeah.
You know, because if you do it in bite-sized chunks, you do 5 minutes, get some feedback, do another 5 minutes, get some feedback, do another 5 minutes, get some feedback, and then that helps you adjust your role play based on their feedback.
I think it'll definitely make it. I can see how it make it more constructive, because I can see where I just analysing myself that if I'm in role for 20 minutes or half an hour, that they start to make quite a lot of faults. It can be quite detrimental to them in their segment. Also, it could be quite frustrating from our point of view as a trainer. Going, there's quite a lot to break down. So bringing that timing down, I'll definitely take that on board.
Okay, brilliant. Z.
A couple of things from me. One, I think something to help me within my own lessons for my own learners, and that's delivering lessons which are more focused on goals. And it's like what John mentioned about focusing more so on the faults which are specific to the goal, rather than spending loads and loads of time on trying to fix things which are happening elsewhere, and also making sure that those faults are minimized as much as possible as part of the risk management. The second part, I think, is the mindset of the last thing we did. Changing from teaching a student to teaching a PDI or instructing a PDI, and that changed because I think we got it a little bit wrong as well. And it's like I mentioned, it was an opportunity to learn, but it's specifically looking at how we're going to go about using role play to help deliver the training for a PDI.
Excellent. Thank you. Sue.
It was similar for me as well, as just getting my head round it, really ironing out what that goal is from the start, and really keep coming back to that with the feedback, so that I'm always conscious of that is the goal and not getting distracted by peripheral things which are happening, really. And that it's actually, like you say, it's a driver that we're teaching, it's not a learner. It's somebody who can already drive, somebody that theoretically knows the road. We're not teaching them necessarily a driving skill, we're teaching them a training skill.
Big
for
difference.
times.
Yep, excellent. Susie.
Exactly the same. Just trying to get it in my head that, or what I've taken out of this afternoon is, yeah, we're not here to become better driving instructors. We're here to become trainers of PDIs, and just trying to get your mind around that, and trying to change it is I think it's going to be. I'm not saying it's going to be hard, but it's not really going to be that easy.
Yeah, it is just a matter of trying to remain focused.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You have to be aware of yourself and be focused.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, great. Last but not least, Gary.
Hi. Yeah, definitely taught me to listen more keenly, and be more goal focused rather than paying too much attention to thoughts. And definitely reiterate that it's very important to build a more personal relationship with your clients / learners. And this course has also given me some reassurance that I am doing most things correctly. So I'm pleased to know that I haven't fallen off track. I've gotten better over the years. And what was the other one that I noted? Yeah, that's it. Reassurance is a big one for me.
Yeah,
because sometimes
absolutely.
this industry.
Yeah, reinforcing what we already know is really, really useful because it improves our confidence.
Especially in this industry where it becomes a lonely job after a while, And sometimes you can feel all alone and wondering if you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And just sitting in this course just reassures me that, yeah, I am actually.
Yeah.
And it's nice to be in the company of fellow ADIs who've got a like mindset. That is a great thing, to be here with people who are all generally singing off the same hymn sheet, because social media helps us engage, but we're not always on the same page, are we, with everybody else? And it can grind and rub, and if we don't agree with each other, then we tend to go and it's just a natural human reaction, really. Okay, look, I'm nearly finished. I'm going to go through the summary. I'm going to leave you with a task. So I'll tell you what that task is. That's your task. Fill out your action plan. It's in your course books material by next week. Please give yourself, because if I ask you to do it now, you need time to think. So please do that for yourselves.
And I don't have mine yet.
Okay, so I will tell you what I want you to do. Sorry, let me just tell you what I want. Okay, for you, Susie, what do you want or need to learn?
Pardon?
What do you want or need to learn?
What do you want or need to learn?
How can you achieve this?
How can I achieve this? Yep.
What support or resources will I need?
Yep.
How will you evaluate your success?
Yep.
Target date for review is this time next week.
Right. And is this in that book?
It will be in that book, yeah.
Right, okay.
The action
Hopefully I'll
plan.
have it by then anyway.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so to summarise today, summary day one. apart from Susie, we've had the support materials, but we've all done an introduction. Thank you. We've looked at the difference between training and testing. We've looked at the difference between a fault-focused approach and a goal-focused approach. We've looked at what makes a great driving lesson and what makes a great driver trainer. And we've looked at the model for goal setting and risk management. And finally, we looked at role play scenarios. So that's what we've been through today. You've all got my telephone number. So if you need me between now and next week, give me a call. I may not answer, but I will get back to you, I promise you. Yeah. So if you think, oh, I wanted to ask this, or oh no, I'm not sure about that, ring, ask. Yeah, I will do my best to help you. Okay. Anything else you want, I'll do my best to help you with that. If it's money, I can point you in the right direction. Yeah. But yeah, look, have a great week, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed today. Hope you all got something out of it. And I'll see you Tuesday. Yeah, you don't have to be there next Tuesday because I know you all can do your audio visual. So 5 to 10, please be there by 5 to 10. I'll get you all in together as a group. If anyone wants to have a private chat with me before that, say, oh, like next Tuesday, can you have a chat with me? I'll say I'll come in on the Zoom at 9:15 and I'll have a chat with you then. Okay.
Yeah, brilliant.
All right. Great. Have a great week.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
yourself.
Thank you
Thank you very much, Graham.
Okay.
Graham.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers,
guys.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.